in these unusual circumstances. I'm going to start the meeting with the karakia, which I will say, and councillors, if you want to keep yourself on mute because it's a bit of a cacophony otherwise, but if you want to say it at home, then please do. Whakatakata hau ki te uru, whakatakata hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā kina kina, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, ti hei Māori ora. Thank you, everyone. Just in terms of the housekeeping, I'm going to shortly welcome Angus Ward, who's going to give us the blessing from the Interfaith Council this morning. If you are going to leave, can you please let me, or preferably Democracy Services, know? I think it's probably easier if you let them know, and let them know when you're going to come back. Please keep yourself on mute unless you're addressing the meeting. Heidi is going to give me a timer. I'm at 2 minutes. I'll let you know that there's a minute to go, and at 3 minutes I'll say, look, if the debate warrants it, I'll say, do you want an extra minute? If it doesn't, you might find that the mute, you'll get asked to wind up and the mute button will then be applied. We're going to adjourn the meeting now. We're going to adjourn it time-wise. I think what we'll do is we'll get the Ahutini paper introduced and seconded, and then I think we'll take the break at that point. And that's particularly because there's a point in the meeting I want to acknowledge. We're going to have a very large group from the arts, culture and creative sector join us, and I am going to acknowledge them at that time. They're not going to actually be on the Zoom, but they're going to be watching us. So I just wanted to acknowledge them. So we'll do that, and that will give them at least that we've introduced the paper for them. So we'll take that break there. We'll take a break at 12:40 for lunch, and then I suspect around sort of 2:45-ish for afternoon tea, should we need that. Hopefully we won't. Councillors, just a reminder to use your raise hand feature rather than raising your actual hands. That means that they appear in the order that you've put your hand up, so we can make sure we are on top of that. I think that is all the announcements that I needed to make at that stage in terms of housekeeping. Do I have any apologies?
Andy, do you need to suspend a standing order about standing up to speak?
We'll probably do, actually. Heidi, do we need to suspend that standing order?
That's a very good idea. If we can do that after public participation, that will be great. I'll get that prepared.
Done. Okay, thank you. Very good call, Deputy Mayor. We don't want to be looking at everybody's stomachs. Okay, Angus, I'm going to ask you to address us, please.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Good morning, everyone. So to start your meeting today, I will run the compassion exercise from the avatar materials. It's experiential, so feel free to participate. The expected results are a personal sense of peace. So choose someone you would like to extend compassion to. Could be someone in this room, or it could be someone in your life. So go ahead and choose someone. And with attention on the person, repeat to yourself, just like me, this person is seeking some happiness for his or her life. And with attention on the person, repeat to yourself, just like me, this person is trying to avoid suffering in his or her life. And with attention on the person, repeat to yourself, just like me, this person has known sadness, loneliness, and despair. And with attention on the person, repeat to yourself, just like me, this person is seeking to fulfill his, her needs. And with attention on the person, repeat to yourself, just like me, this person is learning about life. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you, Angus. And I suspect we probably might well all have cast around a whole lot of different people. I think the message that you give of trying to stand in other people's shoes is a very, very important and powerful one for us. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Everyone was
councillors, I'm going to take the opportunity of making a brief announcement because this is obviously a very unusual time, and I wanted to do that just to say that to acknowledge some people who are doing really important work for us. So please bear with me for this. At this time of the second nationwide COVID-19 lockdown, it's a time of considerable uncertainty and anxiety for many people. At this time, I want to record again my gratitude and thanks to all of our essential workers who are keeping us safe, keeping us fed, keeping us informed, and keeping essential services operating. I want to thank the medical and emergency services, police, staff of the Ministry of Health, including the contact tracers who I know are having some often challenging tasks in terms of reaching out to contact people who have been in close contact with people carrying the virus. I want to thank the producers, the transporters and the retailers of our food. I want to thank the media for helping keeping us informed, and in so doing, demonstrating that we all have a stake in this. We are all, in fact, part of the story. And finally, I want to thank all of the staff and the contractors, including our own people, who are keeping that vital infrastructure running. And I also want to thank all Wellingtonians for your work, your consideration, and for doing the right things. Let's support each other, and together we will get through this. He waka, eke noa. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to call on councillors to declare any conflicts of interest you may have in relation to any items on the agenda. I see none. Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes. I'm going to move that the council approves the minutes of the meetings of the 30th of June and the 12th of August. That was, of course, was the extraordinary meeting. Having been circulated, they've been taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Would you all vote, please, using the little buttons, the green for yes, the red for no.
Just waiting on Councillor O'Neill. That's 15 in favour.
Thank you. That's that, everyone.
That's everyone, yes.
Good, thank you. Okay, there are no items not on the agenda. Now, public participation. We have 4 sets of public participants. First, we've got Jessie Richards, who's going to be talking to us on the representation review. Jessie's going to have 5 minutes as an individual. Paul Ward, who's going to be speaking to us for Capital Kiwi. So as an organisation, 10 minutes on the annual dog control report. And then by that stage, I'm hoping that we'll be being joined by our arts, culture and creative sector whānau. Martin Ebone is going to be talking to us from Live Nation on Tini. And then we have a combined delegation. So we're giving them 20 minutes for this because it's actually 3 organisations representing all of the organisations. Tani Mahuta Gray, Claire Maybe and Lester McGrath talking again to Ahutini. So Jessie, you're first up.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. So today I wanted to present to council. Oh, is my microphone working before I start?
Jessie, can we get the volume raised, please?
I can move my laptop closer. Is that working now? Can you hear me well?
It's quite quiet, but give it a go.
Maybe just if you could try turn your sound up even more. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just on a laptop. But yeah, okay, I'll try to speak loudly anyway. So what I'm talking about today is representation review. So obviously that's going on at council at the moment. But the key point I wanted to highlight with councillors is the way that, in a very real sense, Wellington's democracy doesn't function for a lot of certain groups. And so it's important when conducting representation review that not just community interests are taken into account, but specifically the ways in which certain communities are currently much more represented in council because of difference in turnout rates. Can we get the next slide, please? So as you can see, there's a huge correlation between how old someone is and how likely they are to vote. This data comes from Auckland because it wasn't publicly available for Wellington, but there are very similar patterns that exist in Wellington. There's a huge difference between how much old people vote and how much young people vote, and this really skews the system against the interests of young people. And you can sometimes see this in some of the outcomes that we get at local government. Next slide, please. And this differential gets even worse when you break it down between Māori and non-Māori, to the point where young Māori people can sometimes vote at just a fifth of the rate of older Pākehā people. And so this is a huge turnout differential that you will rarely see in a lot of other developed countries. And so it's really important that we try and think about how we build a democracy that, while also trying to raise turnout rates of these groups, acknowledges that some groups do and have had for years lower turnout rates, and how can we make sure that this is equitable and fair. Next slide, please. And the last important way in which turnout is affected by factors is the socioeconomic factors. This is deprivation by neighbourhood from Auckland, and as you can see, neighbourhoods which have the highest deprivation, so the poorest neighbourhoods, tend to vote far less, sometimes at about half the rate of the richer neighbourhoods. And so what this all adds up to is a big picture where, even though rich Pākehā older people in Wellington are a minority, they will often produce a majority or close to a majority of the voters. So given that we're separately trying to raise turnout and trying to fix this issue, what can we do to try and mitigate this and represent communities in the meantime? So one question here needs to be, do we actually, if just because someone doesn't vote, does that mean their voice and their community's voice shouldn't be heard at all? I think the council should clearly stand on the idea of no to that question. Their voice should still count just the same as everyone else, and we can do that through community representation. And a lot of these lower turnout groups do have some geographic concentration in certain areas in Wellington. We have poorer areas sometimes on the south of the city, we have youth areas in certain parts of the city. And so the best thing we can do to try and get better representation for these groups is, and this is the crucial part, to have fewer at-large councillors, and to move to a system of having more wards or smaller wards, because ultimately wards are drawn based on population, not based on who turns out. And so it's very important that we have smaller wards so that these groups who can't fill a bigger ward aren't fully drowned out by the voices of much higher turnout groups. You currently, under our current system with 5 wards, you get a lot of situations where you will have a ward that is majority under the age of 40, or close to a majority non-Pākehā, or majority non-homeowner, but because these richer, whiter groups have much higher turnout rates, you'll consistently see them dominate the electorate. Whereas if we break these wards down, if you split them in predominant lower turnout groups compared to predominantly higher turnout groups, one will have a lot more votes, but because they have the same amount of people, they will get the same representation, which we think is fair because these communities need the same amount of representation. So if you want to look at maybe why poor people, Māori people, young people have been historically underrepresented on council, this is a large part of why. And so the important thing here is that we move towards a system of more wards, fewer wards. And so I'm urging councillors to consider options which involve increasing the number of wards up to, I think 6 was an option given by the council officers. And I'm also urging councillors, more than 6 would be great too, but that's, I think, the option presented. And I'm also urging councillors to be in favour of limiting the number of at-large councillors to, say, 2, for example, because I know there are some arguments.
Jesse, can I get you to wind up? You've got about a minute left.
Sure. I get that there are some arguments in favour of at-large councillors, and there's a debate to be had there, but the more that you move to a system of at-large councillors, the more you have a system where the highest turnout groups who make up a minority of Wellington can, because of structural socioeconomic factors, are able to control our local democracy. And so I'm urging councillors to consider the interests of these groups who don't often vote and think about how we can structure our democracy in a way that, even where they're not voting as much, still gives them something akin to equal voice. A time for any questions, if there's any, I suppose.
I will take one quick question from Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Jesse. I'm assuming you can hear me. What are your thoughts on the likes of the ward system in Christchurch, where there's single member wards, so right across the city? I'm not sure what number, perhaps 16 or 20. So each councillor has one specific ward to represent.
Well, I'm sure that there are some various pros and cons to that, but at least from the point of view of what I'm talking about of representing lower turnout groups, that would be really great. Moving from, say, 5 wards to 14 for Wellington would really help raise the voices of these groups because the wards are drawn based on population. I understand there may be other or against that. I think that from this point of view, that would be a really good idea.
Jesse, thank you very much. Really
Awesome.
appreciate it, and thank you for the work that you put into the into your presentation.
Thank you.
Paul, welcome.
Good, Andy.
Nice to see you there, and I look forward to getting in touch and having a good chat about where you're at with Capital Kiwi, if you haven't already told us by the end of today.
Yeah, well, we had a little lockdown interrupt that, hadn't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So I thought, prompted by the animal control report and the upcoming animal dog policy review, it would just be a good time to present again to the council to do a wee update on where we're at, and just put that in the context of working together around Kiwi awareness. So and roughly I should be able to do that in 3 or 4 minutes. I've got a very, very short video, and then we can take any questions if we need to. Sound good?
Yep.
Great. So since November 2018, when the first traps went on the ground and on Te Rāwhiti Station, we have 4,700 traps out across 24,000 hectares. So that's hundreds of landowners, community trappers like our 4-wheel drive mates on Te Kopaho, mountain bikers in Makara Peak. And we've got the most intensive stoat trap network in the country, from Whitireia all the way down to Pariwhero to Red Rocks. So it's a pretty fantastic achievement and tribute to, I guess, the community of Wellington and iwi and landowners to get behind this vision of returning Kiwi to the hills here. And the good news is that we've met all our monitoring requirements to date towards creating that nohoanga, that safe habitat for Kiwi. And while we can't make any announcements just yet, we're in the final stages of working through the translocation permit with DOC and with iwi. And again, while we can't make any announcements just yet, that's in a really good shape, and it will be very soon. And with that in mind, and the fact that the animal control report's been tabled today, and the animal dog policy review is coming up in imminently as well, I just thought it'd be a good opportunity really just to touch base with where we're at, and to reiterate the importance of us working together around Kiwi awareness. So if you'll recall, the first tranche of birds will be out in the southwest, so where the wind farm is in Te Rāwhiti Station. So it's remote, sparsely populated, and a relatively controlled environment, which gives us the best context in which to establish the population. And so we don't think that we'll get birds around more populous areas like the outer greenbelt for 2 or 3 years, but we may get a couple of adventurers who go for a wander. So what that does mean is we really need to just push along the partnership that we've been talking about in terms of Kiwi awareness. So that really has 2 prongs, and one is the carrot side of it, which is working together with the dog communities, working together around things like incentives and registration packs, making sure that there are adequate off-lead spaces for dogs to exercise in, etc. And we have both Jobs for Nature and funding from Kiwis for Kiwi for that campaign, and that's around $200,000. So we're bringing like a decent amount of resource into the space. the other side of that program is the stick, which comes down to animal control and essentially in terms of ensuring that those spaces like the town belt and the outer green belt will be not just kiwi safe, but safe for our other wildlife and for other recreational users. So I guess two things I wanted to I'll let the video run in a second, but just leave with was to ensure that that kiwi are fully considered and part of any policy review that comes in. And that's probably as much as we'll be able to talk through today. But Heidi, do you want to run? It's a short video, about 2 minutes, and then we can take any questions.
Through you, Mayor Foster, we've only got about 30 seconds left of the 5 minutes remaining. So up to you whether you'd like to watch the video.
Paul is representing an organisation, and I have him down for 10 minutes. So
apologies. Yes, I'll play that.
I work for the Department of Conservation and have for most of my adult life. I started my career as a trainee travelling widely over the country to offshore islands, and I thought, you know, it's this losing battle, shrinking, only things on islands would survive. But really over the last 10 years, that trend has changed entirely, and unusually, we're finding that the wildlife is actually now alongside people in urban areas. The biggest population of kaka now lives right in the middle of Wellington, living in people's houses. This burgeoning expansion of wildlife actually all resulted from it having an eco-sanctuary in the middle of Wellington. It's called Zealandia. Translocations of wildlife have just spread out in a halo effect, and as predator trapping has expanded and expanded and expanded, we're now having kaka out past Plympton. Saddleback come out of the reserve where they've nested outside the fence. Stitchbirds are seen in people's back gardens. I don't think I would have ever visualised this happening anywhere through my career up until the last few years. Thinking about it, the old goosebumps go up the back of the neck. You know, what an amazing change. Amazing. Where we find ourselves today is just a sequence of steps. First, Zealandia and the introduction of wildlife behind a predator-proof fence. The second step was this halo effect with birds spilling out and people feeling compelled to protect them. And of course, then the third step is, what else can we do? Ultimately, the natural extension of that was, you know, as Kiwis, you know, we wanted to see kiwi. Kiwi are these amazingly resilient birds. Once they get to adult size, you know, they've got a built-in raincoat. They've got a beautiful set of weapons to defend themselves, you know, from cats and possums and stoats and all sorts of things. You know, they can live everywhere, from the beach to the mountains, to in the forest, in the grasslands. And really all we have to do is take the care to get them through to adult size. I mean, this is reality. I mean, I will be there when the birds get let go, and, you know, I'm going to turn 61 years of age in December, and I would have never have dreamed of that happening, but we will have encounters of kiwi in people's backyards, you know, in the following years. I mean, that's just phenomenal, isn't it?
beautiful. Thanks, Paul. I think you've you brought a smile to a lot of faces there. Are there any questions, councillors? I don't see any. Councillor, I got councillors. Oh, councillors Wolf and Foon. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. It would be really, really good to be able to distribute that video if yeah, as a resource, and especially I know that my community in Whārangi Onslow Western would be really grateful, and it would do a lot of good in seeing that. But overall, thank you so much to you and your colleagues. Not a question, more just a huge thank you.
I'll let you away with that one.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you know, we've grown up in Wellington and growing up on those hills. You know, my great grandfather was one of the guys who chopped down half of that forest, and it's you know, I think it's all about starting to give back now. So yeah, thanks, Simon.
Councillor Foon.
Te Kapaho track Paul, do you have a view on the mountain biking?
We kind of have to be Switzerland on because we work with so many different landowners. So really, as long as we can get the traps on a property and get the support to service them and to have kiwi on there, then yeah, that's our position around because we've got 180 different landowners that we're working with across the landscape. So we'll work with whatever the outcome is. But probably the one point worth making is the four-wheel drive guys. Barry and his team have been absolutely fantastic. And he's now an international star on places like Al Jazeera and things, and docos on Predator Free. And the network in there currently is sufficient for our needs for kiwi. So.
Great. One more question. Do you have a good, are you satisfied with the partnership with council and what we're doing for you and being kept in the loop? Like, are you happy with how you're interacting with our team? And
I think it's been fine to date because we've just had our heads down getting on with delivering the establishment phase of the project. But as the birds arrive, and even though they will be arriving in that out west to start with, there'll be dog owners of Kandala, of Strathmore, etc., saying, "What does that mean for my dog?" So I think we'll need to step up collectively in terms of working together and some of you have seen some of the proposal with Kiwis for Kiwi, but that might be things like a shared liaison role. So, working together with people in the Western wards and in those communities, because, as we know, it's not going to be the stick that delivers this. It'll be the community of Wellington, and so it'll be working together with dog owners, with other trail users, with the council around achieving those goals. But I thought, I just wanted to reiterate, because I know that we're in resource constrained times, that we will be bringing a decent amount of resource to this. So I'm sure that's always helpful for councillors to think about.
Paul, look, thank you so much. And can I just three quick things. One of them is that I was really delighted to see that under the new lockdown provisions that trapping and biosecurity is considered to be an essential service, which is great news for Capital Kiwi and for Predator Free.
And for Predator Free Wellington.
Brilliant. The second one is that, just so you know, we are a finalist in the Keep New Zealand Beautiful Big Cities, along with Dunedin. And one of the criteria there is about environmental restoration and the place of the community in doing that. And we have just got such an enormous number of Wellingtonians out doing the kind of mahi that you were talking about, Paul. And so hopefully that stands as a good step for that. But regardless, it's a wonderful thing. And the other one is just that The Economist has just released its most secure cities in the world on a whole range of different criteria. We're number 7 in the world across all sorts of different criteria, but we're number 1 in the world for environmental security. Yeah, and that's that is tribute again to the work that you and a lot of other people have done, and also the council's done over many years. So
and just conscious of everyone's time, I think that is a remarkable point, in that when just about everywhere else in the world is heading towards extinction and dealing with climate change and things, Wellington has managed to increase our Indigenous biodiversity over the last couple of generations, and it's internationally remarkable. So yeah, keep at it, everyone.
Thank you, Paul. Have a great day. Keep safe, and I look forward to talking soon.
Go well. Cheers.
Thank you. Okay, I'd now like to welcome Tani Mahuta Gray, Claire Maybe, and Lester McGrath. If you can pop yourselves up on the screens, and then before you, kia ora, Morena. Oh no, sorry, I made a mistake there. I've got to do Mark first. Is Mark there as well?
Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora, Mark. Just before you start, I'd like to recognise all the members of the arts and culture community who are now online with us. And just so you know, gives you a bit of a picture of how many people there are. I am going to give you the names because that gives you a feel for the. I think the honour that they do us in being here with us, and also that the honour that they have done us in the engagement with Tini and the creation of what I think is a fantastic strategy, which has been effectively co-created. Exactly the kind of thing which we've been encouraged to do as a council, and I think that this shows it in spades. So it's quite a long list. It's 45 different people from 31 different organisations. So Arts Access Aotearoa, represented by Stace Robertson. Barbarian Productions, represented by Rachel Mansfield and Thomas Lahood. Bats Theatre, represented by John T. Henry and Lindy Jane Rutherford. Hannah Playhouse Trust, represented by Helen Moody and John Morrison. Binge Culture, represented by Joel Baxendale. Experience Wellington, represented by Sarah Rushholm and Elizabeth Colbill. The Creative Capital Arts Trust, Cuba Duper and New Zealand Fringe Festival, represented by Drew James, Jerry Paul, Vanessa Stacey, and board members Tim Brown, Miranda Clayton, and Jamie Hayden. Footnote Dance Theatre, represented by Richard Ando. Independent Artists Today, represented by Adam Ben Draw. Catherine Mansfield House and Garden, represented by Sherry Jacobson. Letting Space and Vogelmore Community Trust, represented by Sophie Jerem. Massey University, represented by Jeanette Troon. Mouthful Collective, represented by Ollie Hutton, Jack Gittings, Sarah Lee, and Raquel Manx. The New Zealand Portrait Gallery, represented by Brian Wood. New Zealand Opera, represented by Rebecca Galloway. New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, represented by Peter Biggs, who is also representing the National Music Hub with Victoria University. Performing Arts Network of New Zealand, represented by Heather O'Carroll. Playmarket, represented by Murray Lynch, who is also a Hannah Playhouse trustee. Pyramid Club, represented by Dan Beeben. Tawhiri and the New Zealand Festival, represented by Meg Williams. Te Papa Tongarewa, represented by Courtney Johnson, who is also an Arts Wellington trustee. Urban Dream Brokerage, represented by Linda Lee and Jason Muir. Victoria University of Wellington, represented by Professor Jennifer Windsor, Associate Professor Dougal McKinnon, Associate Professor Sydney Shepp, Lincoln North and Kevin Romond, also again representing the National Music Hub with the NZSO. The Wellington Theatre Awards Trust, represented by Tom Broadmoor, and the World of Wearable Art, represented by Stephen Blackburn, who is also a Hannah Playhouse trustee. And then, of course, we have Tani Mahuta, Claire, Lester, and Mark with us as well. And can I just say to all of you, thank you very much for your input into the strategy. Thank you very much for honouring us with your presence. And thank you also for all that you do to make our city a fantastic place to live, work, play, and create in. Tēnā koutou, everyone. So over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much. I must say, Paul is a hard act to follow. Kia ora, and thank you, everyone, for your time. I appreciate you're all busy with many topics to consider today. My name is Mark Kneebone, and I'm the Managing Director of Live Nation New Zealand. I was hoping today to continue a conversation that I've been having with Councillors Paul and Foon, which is how does the work that Live Nation do add value to a city, and how can we potentially do more and add more value in Wellington? I'm going to cover a bit of ground, so please feel free to stop and ask any questions at any point. So quick background on who Live Nation is. We're the largest concert promoter in the world. Locally, we own Rhythm and Vines and Beacon festivals. We promote U2, Taylor Swift, Adele, Drake, and hundreds of other acts. And locally, we work with artists such as Teeks, Aldous Harding, Church and AP, and dozens of others. In Auckland, we operate Spark Arena and the Tuning Fork, which is a council partnership with Auckland City, and we operate over 200 venues around the world. Our Auckland office is where we're based, and we have 40 staff and are the largest employer in the New Zealand music industry. Our current relationship with Wellington venues is strong, particularly due to the partnership we have with Gus Sharp and his team there. We're one of the top 3 hires, and Gus and his team do a great job in a very challenging market getting content down there. I know you're discussing your future art strategy, and there are a few points I was hoping that I could raise, particularly around some of the approaches and successes we've had in Auckland. Wellington is currently missing out on numerous events due to the restrictions with the types of venues it has. It has a glaring gap in the 1,000 to 1,500 cap GA space or general admission. For those of you who've been to Auckland and ever visited the venue, the Power Station, that's the kind of room we're talking about. Generally standing only, usually with a mezzanine floor, very youth focused, what we call in the industry a rock and roll room, predominantly aimed at an audience between 18 and 35, permanent music venue, usually servicing the genres of rock and roll, electronic dance music, hip hop. Now, it's no secret that content and venues go together, and at the moment, many shows bypass Wellington. these acts are already, the irony is a lot of these acts are already coming to Auckland. They've already spent the money. Their biggest cost in getting to New Zealand is actually the flight. So they're already here, but they're not coming to Wellington on the back of Auckland because there's no suitable venue for what they do. A dedicated music venue in the CBD drives huge returns for the city that it's in. Oxford University just last week released a report showing that for every $1 an out-of-towner spends on a concert ticket, they spend another $4 in the city in which the show is held. Concerts are a huge economic driver for any CBD, as well as being one of the key satisfaction pillars for keeping a city vibrant. Now, the answer can be that a council builds one of these venues, but there are companies like ours, and I must say we are not the only one, that can take that model that we use for Spark Arena, and instead we build these venues privately with no cost to the council. The upside of that is that these shows still come to Wellington that weren't coming before. No money is spent by the council. The cost of a new 1,500 cap GA room is approximately $8 to $12 million, depending on the location. That doesn't include the land, that's just the build. And then the city still gets all of the economic benefit and cultural capital that comes with those shows. The downside is that you don't own the venue. This is the general shift worldwide as cities divest venues on the condition that they still get used for concerts. This is something that's happening worldwide now. Councils have these historical assets, they're passing them on to private partners on the condition that they're still used for their original purpose. So they're still being used as concert halls, they're not being refurbished and turned into offices. So the council gets all the economic and social return without the overhead. But cities need to make a decision if they want to own venues or if they just want concerts in their town. No longer are those two things mutually exclusive. There are now plenty of options to have shows without the risk and cost of venues. For Live Nation, we make money on shows at all levels. We own ticketing, venues, as well as being the promoter. This allows us to take on more shows because we have more of a greater margin across the city, across the show. This is how we managed to bankroll projects like the Lion King that recently ran in Auckland. It's how we ran 47 shows in Auckland in 2019 in the 1,000 to 1,500 capacity range. But of that 47 shows, only 10 of those then came to Wellington afterwards for a lack of a suitable venue. A solution for this for Wellington is that companies like ours can come in and build and operate a venue like this, but we need the will from the city to make it happen. If you're going to build an entertainment sector or designate an entertainment precinct, then this allows for people like us to build these rooms from scratch. We have the content and we have the funds to build a room, but we don't have the land. My understanding is that the council has the land and a will for more shows. So our request is, how do we have a constructive conversation about making a partnership work? We certainly aren't asking for free land. We make for good tenants, and Auckland Council and Ngāti Whātua will attest to that. But if you're opening up any areas of the CBD, we ask that you consider the music and cultural requirements of the city while you do so. We feel that a CBD located GA venue can do close to 85 shows a year in Wellington. That's 85 nights a year with potentially 1,500 people spilling onto Cuba Street, drinking in bars, staying in hotels, eating in restaurants, and all the good things that come with it. You only have to look at the huge result for Auckland's Britomart for the 4 weeks that the Lion King ran in Auckland to see what kind of effect that can have for a local economy. We work very closely with Auckland Unlimited on venue opportunities and content creation and attraction. It's a solid partnership that has resulted in a strategic long-term view being taken on how we deliver stadium, arena, festival, and theatre level content for Auckland City over the next 2 to 5 years. That is a conversation we would like to start with Wellington, and we think venues are a big part of that. But the drive needs to come from the top down. So often the decision on what gets done with a couple hundred square meters of land downtown can be the difference between a city's vibrant music scene or a shiny new car park. Then, of course, there's the proposed arena building. Hopefully Spark Arena is an example of what happens to a city when you do build a modern arena complex. 12 years ago, Auckland was 6th when it came to touring locations in Australasia, well behind Adelaide and Perth. Now it is clearly 3rd, ahead of Brisbane and only behind Sydney and Melbourne. Going into the depths of an arena content conversation could take another 30 minutes, but I'd like to say if you're looking at an arena, then we would like to help you define what success is, because we've had a lot of success in Auckland. We are also very open to working with the Wellington City with its current venues. I understand you're trying to figure out what the future is for them. Our priority, though, is to build a new GA room because we think it can add so much value in the gap that the city currently has. Finally, the most useful thing that can come from conversations like this is that you have a glimpse that a city can have more concerts and entertainment without having to pay for it. Companies like ours exist and are good operators with a global reach for talent, but we can only work with cities that want us. That's the assistance we need. We're concert promoters and venue operators, not town planners. So there needs to be a will to make the city for the city to want to make music part of the fabric of what it is. Sorry if that was a little bit of a rant. I really appreciate your time, and hopefully that gives you a little insight into what we do and some of the success we've had in Auckland, and hopefully some of the stuff we can do with Wellington going forward.
Look, Mark, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And I think we'll look forward to having a bit further conversation about those issues that you've raised. Heidi, how much time have we got left?
A minute 15.
Okay, councillors, anybody got any questions of Mark? I might throw one at you, Mark, then if I can. One of the things which we are looking at, it's an existing venue, is the Opera House and what we do with that, and certainly the proposition of having a flat floor for the kind of things that you've referred to is part of the mix. Thoughts?
I think it's a great idea. We discussed that concept 4 or 5 years, maybe 4 years ago with Wellington venues. And I think it's the perfect location. You can make it a flat floor, but it would cost, my understanding is, more than building an entire new room, just because of the earthquake requirements, strengthening requirements of that building, which is why, if those costs wasn't so high, a company like ours would come in and offer to pay those costs and run the venue and give the asset back to the city in X amount of years, which is very much the model that we work with something like Spark Arena. So we would come in and go, hey, it's $6 million. We'll pay the $6 million, run it, and give it back to you in 25 years' time. Yeah. But unfortunately, the costs, my understanding, are considerably more than $6 million for that building.
No, thanks, Mark. We've obviously got other imperatives there in terms of heritage and seismic strengthening as well. But okay, right. So, Councillor Calvert, I'll take one question.
Sorry, can I just ask you, because I was just trying to put my video on, which site did you ask for about May?
Sorry?
The Opera House.
Oh, the Opera House. Okay. So I'm just going to ask about the TSB Arena. Once we get the convention centre online or up and going in another year or so, what possibilities do you think about better utilisation of the TSB Arena?
TSB Arena is a great small multi-purpose venue that's not particularly excellent for concerts, but it's great for netball games and all the other things that it gets used for, and it is a fantastic location. I say that as someone who has put a dozen concerts in the TSB Arena over the years. People like going to it, but it's too small. 5,500. You can't bring a band like Queens of the Stone Age or Dua Lipa or whatever top 40 act, because 5,500 tickets isn't enough to warrant the cost of sending it down there. So unfortunately, its biggest problem is its size. So unless as a city you're going to expand that, and I believe there are plans potentially to do so, at least to sort of 8,000, 9,000, concert promoters can't get the required box office to bring down top tier artists. It's just not economic to do 5,500 tickets, and it costs too much money to do 2 nights, especially when you can just go to Christchurch Arena and do 9,000 tickets there.
Thank you.
But it's a fantastic location, like the best location out of any arena in New Zealand. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Really appreciate that, and we'll look forward to having some further conversations.
Thanks all for your time.
Thank you. Now, Tani Mahuta, Claire and Lester, we've got you down for 20 minutes. Welcome. I think just looking at the time, what we'll do is take your presentation, then I hope that people will be willing. I think we've obviously got an officer introduction of the paper and any Q&A, so I don't think we'll actually get to introduce the paper before we've done morning tea, so we'll see how we go. But in your hands, and welcome.
Ina manai na reo, ina waka, inga mate, inga iwi, huri no te whenua nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Ana mihi tuatai ki te mana whenua Pōneke, tana ki whānui ki te upoko tika, me ngāti tō rangatira kei te mihi. Ana mihi tuarua ki te Kaunihera o Pōneke, me ngā kaihoi o te waka o te rautaki o te aho Tini, tū mai rā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I would like to thank the councillors for this opportunity to speak to the Te Aho Tini strategy. He uri o nai tahu me rangi tāne, he whāngai no Waikato, ko tāne mahu te grei tōku ingoa, tēnei au te kahukura mo Takurua Productions. My name is Tāne Mahuta Gray from Ngaitahu, Rangitane and Waikato descent, and I'm the CEO and Artistic Director of Takirua Productions. I wanted to take this opportunity to encourage the ratification of the Te Aho Tini strategy and encourage not only the maintained funding levels of the arts industry in Wellington, but a future where in the next 10 years, this funding is increased to support the career sustainability of the Wellington arts community and Māori artists and creatives. From the pōtai I wear to support Māori contemporary performing arts in Wellington, there have been significant gains achieved by the Māori arts sector, providing a real opportunity to leverage off these gains and not let them falter during our ongoing COVID crisis. In 6 years, Wellington holds the strongest platform nationwide for presenting Māori and Pacific contemporary theatre and performing arts via the amazing Kia Mau Festival, led by Hone Koka and Media George and Delina Wehi Peihana. Kia Mau provides a 3-week festival of independent and arts organisations from around New Zealand and our Indigenous communities from Australia and Canada to share our stories with Wellingtonians. On top of that, for the past 5 years, Takirua, which has been homeless for 18 years since the closing of the Alpha Street Takirua Theatre, the Depot Theatre in 1998, now has a new home base for our community on Taranaki Street called Te Hau Kāinga. This base has supported numerous Wellington-based and national arts organisations to rehearse their works and provides office space for our multi-year funded organisations and independent artists, with the Te Haututu office and collective also based in our whare. The external funding support and nationwide partnerships have grown due to the support by WCC to support these endeavours, with the most recent achievements being the Ministry of Culture and Heritage's Capability Fund, supporting Ngā Hua Toi, with over 600,000 to support the nationwide connectivity and navigation through COVID of the Māori theatre and contemporary dance communities. Wellington has 2 representatives on this collective, Tania Heke, Director of Toi Whakaari, the New Zealand Drama School and Hāpai Productions, and myself at Takirua. It is led by Hone Koka of Tawata Productions and the Kia Mau Festival team, and our friends at the Po Theatre in Auckland and Atamita Dance Company in Auckland and the Te Taira Whiti Festival in Gisborne. Further significant funding from the MCH of over 1 million has also been secured by Takirua via the Te Urangi Innovation Fund to stage biennial, large-scale immersive iwi kōrero productions to present here in Wellington and nationwide over the next 3 years. We are hoping to be part of the St James reopening, where it will be 5 years since Takirua has been able to present in our highly priced proscenium arch theatres. We believe that it is vital to have kaupapa Māori work in this opening celebration, and our 2022 show, Tiki Tāne Mahuta, is strongly connected to our local iwi, Te Atiawa ki Waiwhetū. The funding pegged towards the St James opening is an exciting proposition for Wellington, and we very much would like to be a part of it and see Māori works decolonising colonial theatre spaces. We would not have had the opportunity to achieve these outcomes without the ongoing support by the Wellington City Council that has supported our industry to be able to gain stability and apply from a position of strength to try and create some equilibrium with the years that Māori performing arts has been underfunded since the 1980s. However, the journey to sustainable careers has not been easy on the independent sector of the Māori performing arts community. A survey held at the 2017 National Māori Theatre Hui proved the stark reality that Māori artists earn on average $13,000 per year working as artists. This is wholly unsustainable for Wellington to hold on to our artists with the increasing rents and living costs to survive in the city. And Wellington can't afford to lose the grass-based roots of our artistic community. And the reality is the majority of Toi Whakaari New Zealand Drama School graduates moved to Auckland to seek work in the film and television and well-supported arts events in that city. To keep Wellington vibrant and an artistically satisfying city to live in, we need to see an ongoing increase in the WCC Arts Grants pool to support this key part of our sector to have the best chance of having a sustainable career in Wellington. Claire Maybe will talk to the positivity towards the $200,000 boost, $200,000 pot for this fund for events in Wellington, but I want to encourage the councillors to keep setting this amount higher. It seems in Congress to have significant investment in our venues and not have the diversity of artists to fill them with our stories, narratives, and cultural worldview. Supporting these independent artists will allow an opportunity for them to develop companies that can eventually apply to Creative New Zealand's tōtara and kaikatea and multi-year funded programs and increase the diversity of well-funded entities to create works in Wellington for years to come. Kua tā koutou te manuka, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I now pass the rākau on to Claire Maybe from Verb Wellington, and then Lester McGrath from the Royal New Zealand Ballet will complete our address. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tāne mahuta. Thank you so much. I tautoko everything you just said. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for having us speak. I'm from Verb Wellington. We're a small startup independent company that seeks to bring writers and readers together in this incredible city of literary vibrancy. I say this every time I speak, but I really think that Wellington is one of the most vibrant literary cities in the world, and I'm very proud to serve that community. I'm speaking today to really encourage and endorse the Te Aho Tini strategy. I think what you can see is a real diversity of engagement and views that are represented, and that is a credit to the process, which was highly engaging and really felt earnest in its attempt to reach as many of our artistic community as it could. So we really want to thank you for this. It feels gratifying to have been heard, and that the $200,000 increase to the Arts and Culture Fund will make a significant difference to the independent arts community. And as Tāne Mahuta said, to achieve a sense of a vibrant artistic city, we must support the independent sector, because they are the future of our artistic endeavours, and they are the people that will fill our venues and make our streets feel alive. So that is incredibly important. I completely agree with the ongoing ambition to increase that fund. For many artists, it is one of the only options to seek funding for the mahi that they do. It is really positive, though. I do want to emphasize it is an incredibly positive strategy, and it was a really positive process to have gone through. And we look forward to ongoing collaboration to work out the detail and the rollout of the Aho Tini strategy. That's all I have to say. So I will pass on to my colleague, Lester McGrath.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Tāne Mahuta. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Like Claire, I'm on the board of Arts Wellington, but I come to the meeting today as representing the Royal New Zealand Ballet, which is an anchor cultural institution that's been in the city and invested in the city for a very long time. I, like the other speakers, strongly endorse the strategy that and the process by which we have got to the strategy today. I think what I was slightly cynical when we were first approached about the participating in this, but I have had a complete 180-degree turnaround through the process and the consultation, and I congratulate council and the officers for the work that they have done on this. I think where this strategy is a game changer for the city, and I do think it is a game changer, is that it is a strategy that will be able to guide council in decision-making programs and policies and the interventions you might go on for the years to come. We are in an environment that is volatile, that is uncertainty. We are living with uncertainty, and we're dealing with big intergenerational issues around climate change, social disparity, the way our communities are evolving and developing. And where I think this strategy is a game changer is it will recognize the role that arts and culture can play in delivering to these bigger issues that we have. We've seen through COVID the way that our communities respond and want to connect with arts and culture. And I think that is reflected in this plan. And so I do think it is a game changer. And from an institution that, we're considered part of the old school and part of the establishment, but even for an organization like us, it is very exciting and powerful to see that coming through. And when I think about what is about that plan and strategy that makes it strong, it goes to the 4 focus groups that are in there. And I strongly endorse the 4 focus groups. They are people-centric. And I think it is the first time that I have seen a plan and from a council or a local authority, and the many cities that I've worked at, where people are at the heart of it. It is people that are in the heart of it in terms of thinking about our communities. It's the partnership with Māori. It is the partnership. It is thinking about the places and space making role that council can have in its interventions that celebrate and bring community together. And similarly, it is thinking about the artists, the pathways, and the ambition for the creativity of the sector, and think about all of those elements that to bring it together. So I endorse it 100% for its focus, and I think it will guide us through these uncertain times. I'd also just to finish make mention of the venues review that is planned. And I think this again goes to the heart of what one of the key issues in the city is, you know, the venues are the places where a lot of this activity happens. They shape the tone, they set the direction and the feel. They are places where communities gather. And so to be able to think about what the role of those venues are in this changing world for the decades to come, and what that relationship is, and where council's role in that mix and bringing communities, artists, and art and culture together, I think is an important question that is being asked. And I certainly look forward to being involved in that discussion. I know the other people in the sector and with Arts Wellington will also be interested in having that. We have an opportunity here to think about how venues operate with the same framework and thinking that you've got to around the rest of the strategy, and which is about putting people first and thinking about what those roles are. And so I think it's looking forward to being involved in that engagement. We're probably close to time, so I just wanted to say thank you again, and look, we're very happy to take any questions.
Look, thank you all so much for the lovely words. We have actually got plenty of time because we gave you 20 minutes. We've got 7 and a bit minutes to go. So I've got hands up there from Councillors Rush and Paul.
Yeah, I was just interested, Tāne Mahuta, thanks everyone for that contribution. Really exciting stuff and great to hear that endorsement. But I am interested in understanding what Auckland has that Wellington either doesn't have, and what can Wellington do to get what Auckland has in order to keep these people here.
Yeah, I think firstly, I think they've got a very strong TV and a TV and film operation there. Because we've got a good film operation here in Wellington, but they do have a much bigger TV operation. So, and a lot of especially with the actors' works, the opportunity of just even getting a commercial can be a $15,000 to $80,000 gig, pay one whole year. You might get that once every 2 years, but it keeps someone in the game. For Wellington artists, making the flight to Auckland to go to an audition and do that 50 minutes, the risk of that element, the taxis to get there and then to come back to Wellington is just too much of an extra cost on them on pretty low wages that they're on, or if they're just living off the benefit at the time. So that's one element for it. And I think the other element, since the super cities come together, Auckland has been able to provide and pull a lot more money for other events and live events. And the support from Auckland Live is very strong. It really helps. They really work with organisations to get their works and their venues, and lots of our what I would call mid-tier companies. So companies that would either aren't annual funded or funded in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, or $300,000 to $800,000 a year range from Creative New Zealand, get to do their works in the LTS Centre, get to do their works in venues in Auckland Live, and those partnerships are really pushed, and it allows those artists to grow and develop. We don't have that relationship so much, and I think we can really build that stronger with our venues and really make sure that by opening up I know we've got the venue subsidy, but opening up the availability for more mid-sized companies to take those risks to come into our venues is a really great platform that we should be opening, because I think we can then open it up to, there's at least 8 to 10 companies in New Zealand, ranging from things like Indian Ink, the Solo Theatre, that could be bringing their works into our venues in Wellington. And they do a little bit, but not often. Āmua Dance has done one show, I think, in the Opera House in 20 years. Black Grace, I think, 2. So dance company, we should be having these companies here every 3 to 5 years at least. So if we can build that partnership relationship between the venues, the City Council and Wellington-based companies first, so we can build our capacity, and then also the national companies, we'll be seeing a lot more diversity of works coming our way, which currently and now we only see in the major festivals or in especially the Kāwai Festival, because they really are a great platform with all the partnership venues that they've got with Circa, with BATS, but it's mainly with the smaller venues, and obviously the Opera House with the Māori Side Steps this year, and Tiki Tāne Mahuta with us when we did the first staging in 2017. But yeah, the big investment to put those shows on and the risks are high. So you need those extra supports for companies to take the risk, because they are risking their survivability by putting on large scale shows.
Okay, thanks very much. That's really helpful.
Very helpful indeed. Councillor Paul, and then I've got Councillor Wolf, and that's probably going to take us close to time.
Cool. Nera te mihi nui kia koutou katoa, ki te kaupapa whakahirahira. Kia koe tāne mahuta, e roa ngā pātai. So I guess you kind of just touched on this, but I was wondering if there was any other way that we can retain rangatahi specifically, not just Māori rangatahi, but is there anything else we can be doing, anything exaggerated within this policy or outside of that policy? And then my second pātai was, is there anything else we can be doing for Toi Māori here in Wellington that maybe wasn't covered in Te Aho Tini?
Yeah, a good question. Thanks, Tamitha. For me, for the rangatahi, in terms of trying to retain them and keep them here, I think it's the ongoing support for the organisations that are really providing strong base and support for works to be created or independent artists to gather together. So ongoing support for events like Kāwai Festival, which has some, but I think could increase more on that fact. We do have a lot of independent companies that are pushing themselves to try and get annual funding from Creative New Zealand. So if that arts fund could create and boost itself more significantly, then a portion and a chunk from that, and that's still only going to be a very small portion of what they try and apply from CNZ, but it allows them to partner that money that they've got with the multi-year partnership or the one-year partnership that Creative New Zealand have opened up for quite a number of Wellington companies are going for those places, will just allow them to kind of have a stronger ask to be able to build that sustainability for them and be able to kind of create so that at least these artists who are pretty much working for no wage and trying to create their works and expend their resources and going into debt for that can get a wage. It's that element so they can get a wage and can be full-time focused on that rather than having to jump and drop between different elements. So it does need more resource and more money to do that. So it does need that commitment. And the Arts Grant Fund pool is one way, I think, to do that. The second question, Tamitha, was the Toi Māori, yes, how we increase Toi Māori. I think the strategy is fantastic in terms of its connection to mana whenua and wanting to push our stories and the increase the change to Māori as well, because we have mana whenua here, we also have lots of other iwi and Māori communities here in Wellington. So I think the intentions are there to do that, the communication's there, but the reality will end up coming down to how much real tautoko and financial support will come through to make it. The 200,000 that's there for mana whenua, in terms of supporting that, is a great start to kind of build that potential and possibility. But I think if we look at to Rotorua and how it strongly supports its potential in the tourism of its culture and building sustainability for its community there, maybe that's an area we can do. We've got a beautiful harbour. Our tourism potential I think here culturally could be expanded a lot further, and mana whenua could have a big base of that. And then the Māori artists ourselves can then feed into that element and show the kind of contemporary and cultural diversity within Māori worldviews, because I think they're quite diverse now, quite sophisticated, and some of the best art that's been created is by Māori and Pacific companies nationwide from here in Wellington.
Thank you. And I'll take one last question from Councillor Wolf.
Kia ora, Tane. It's just a question in relation to venues. We heard from the gentleman from Live Nation. With what you're hoping to achieve and what we're hoping to achieve, probably is more the way of phrasing it. When we prioritise in the future, what other sizes of venues do you think that we should be prioritising? There's obviously a school of thought that says that we need a 15,000 arena, 12 to 15,000 arena. Is that what you think is necessary, or are there other priorities?
I think, good question, Simon. For me, for the last 20, 25 years, I think we have lacked that 500 to 1,000 seat space there, or space that's flexible enough to hold different things. We've got a lot in that 340, which Te Soundings is, and then lower in terms of that element. So we're well resourced there in that area. But that 500 to 1,000 allows just the midterm companies to be able to stage works with a little bit more of a box office potential than them presenting shows in Bats or at Cirque in terms of the capacity that can be put in there. And there I support Meg Williams's ambition to build, and I know Wellington Council are putting support behind the space at Te Whaia to increase that space. I think the capacity also has 1,000 standing capacity, so it has that flexibility. And I think that's going to be a game changer for us in that mid-sized venue. In terms of the larger scale, obviously, I mean, you get into 30,000 once you get into the stadium, and it's those mid-sized, large-scale rock concerts that can't quite get into that level, but need a smaller amount. And I can see what Mark Kneebone was saying, where the 4,000 to 5,000 TSB arena capacity, there's a gap between that 5,000 and then the 30,000 with that 15,000. But I would prioritise the theatre venue at the moment, that mid-size, because I think more companies from around nationwide would come and look at that space, and hopefully bands that are growing and developing their clientele could use that. Hopefully it's good enough space to use that for music and sound on that front. But still, I think, I mean, if Mark Kneebone and that are going to build and create a space that makes that work, I'm all for that, because what's good for the arts and good for the cultural vibrancy of Wellington is good for all of us, but also that we get good, strong local acts and Wellington acts also getting that opportunity to build their careers. It's these platforms that allow them to then, if they can establish that experience, then they get to move overseas when the doors open again, is where we're going to actually really see sustainability in careers and pathways for our artists.
Thanks, Tani. Fantastic.
Thank you, Tani Mahuta. Thanks, Claire, and thanks, Lester. I think what we'll do, because what we've got to do is to get officers to introduce the paper and take any questions that there are. Hopefully there won't be many, because we have plenty of Q&A opportunities. But I think by the time we do that, and then I'm going to introduce the paper, Nicola Young is going to second it. By the time we do that, we are going to be very late for a morning tea. So, but can I just ask, if you want to, what we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back. And if our audience wants to come back, we'd love to have you back on board. And thank you again for honouring us with your presence. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at, let's make it 10:55.
Hi. Where is everyone? Finished. Hello, Iona.
Kia ora, how are you?
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I think there are more of us than you realise, but it's just which screen is on.
Tell you what, it's been, on the whole, good weather to be cooped up inside. It's pretty chilly out there.
Not in Island Bay.
I love you, Fleur.
I just went for a lovely
Pūroro.
walk. I just ran into Sue Wells's dog in a kind of lockdown flashback.
This is a lockdown.
Yesterday wasn't a good day to be stuck inside. It was beautiful.
Yeah. I had a good run actually yesterday. I was quite surprised how well I did.
Does Sue Wells still live in Island Bay? I thought she might have moved up the coast.
I was pretty sure it was her dog that just chased me, but I could be wrong.
I think you might be. She's certainly moving or moved up the coast.
She's up the coast.
Yeah.
Oh, it might have been a lookalike.
Yeah.
Same house, I think.
And from a weather perspective,
Just
Corey
to
hasn't
remind
had
the
rain for
councillors,
quite
you
some
are
time.
live. This is
Oh,
being
right.
live streamed.
Yep.
There is no pause.
That's all right. We're good.
We've still got the meeting is adjourned and we'll return shortly on the screen.
Yep, that's because it's just coming to 10:55 now. However, the audio cannot be muted. Thanks.
That's
Oh.
okay. Thanks for the warning.
I
still
don't think you
think
said
the weather's
anything
great
out
with
of
Rory.
line anywhere, so that's all good.
Yeah.
So Hayley, just let us know. Okay, we're all good. So Hayley, we're ready to resume.
We are live. Yep.
Cool. Okay. Look, thank you. Well, look, what I'll do is pass over to the officers. I see Baz there. Baz, is there anything you wanted to say in introducing the paper, and then we'll take any questions that you've got of you. Welcome
Sorry,
back,
excuse
everyone.
me, Mayor
Before we start,
Foster.
so we're going into officer presentation, which I think will be brief, and then any Q&A of officers first, and then I'll introduce the paper.
Sorry, Mayor Foster, before we go into Q&A, could we suspend standing orders?
Oh, yes, a very good point. Okay, right. I'm going to move, excellent point. I'm going to move that we suspend the standing order that, given that this is a council meeting that requires councillors to stand. So we require a 75% majority. So councillors, unless there's any debate on that, I don't see any, if you can please vote.
And just a seconder.
Oh, seconder, I can see Councillor Wolf there. Thank you.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Hayley, for reminding me of that one. Okay, Baz.
Good morning, everyone. Look, I'm very pleased to be able to present the final Tini strategy to Council for adoption. It's been about 12 to 14 months of highly collaborative work with the sector that's led us to this point. And I think it's worth just dwelling on the fact that it has been a highly collaborative process, almost a partnership type of approach, if you like. You would have heard that through the oral hearings a little bit this morning as well. But it's also come through really strongly in terms of the written submissions. So when you look at the level of support that's shown for Tini, it's very, very high. It's kind of 90% plus for the vision statement, the direction of travel for Tini, as well as the focus areas. And actually that's something that reflects the process, and it's something to be very, very proud of, because what it shows is a high level of ownership of the strategy by the sector. It's not just a strategy though, it is also an action plan and additional funding. So we've taken the additional steps to make the strategy real, and the action plan and the additional funding will act as a stepping stone towards achieving the strategy. I'll pretty much leave it there because a lot of it's already been said by the presenters this morning. I do just want to quickly call out Samantha Hutchinson. She was the driving force behind the strategy in terms of sector engagement. She's unfortunately not able to be here today, but I just thought it's worth recognising her efforts and work in this space. I do have alongside me online Jeff Lawson, Gisela Carr, and also I think John Allen, should there be any questions of us. I'll leave it there. Back to you.
Got to remember to unmute myself before I say that. Thank you, Baz. Okay, right. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, team. Thanks, Baz. And it is a bit interesting when I can't quite see you. I can see you there. I just have a question about the town hall. When it comes back online, what percentage of availability will it have to be still be one of the venues for our local communities and artists?
Councillor, I'll let you have that question, but it's not at the kind of strategic level that I think we should be focusing on. This is certainly something which we can deal with offline, but we'll get the answer anyway.
Thank you.
I might see if Gisela has the information to be able to answer this question. Otherwise, we might have to come back to you on that one.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Look, the agreement, I mean, John Allen may comment on this as well. The agreement that's in place around the sort of NZSO and the National Music Hub facilitates both community access and, because of course many people use the town hall, as well as driving the vision forward of the NZSO and the National Music Hub. Councillor Foon, if you want the specific details, we'll have to come back to you on that. But yes, both are represented in the agreement that's being shaped.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see none. Baz, you got off lightly, but I think that's a reflection of all the work and the fact you have actually you and your team have actually answered our questions on the way through. Okay. Oh, look, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to move this paper, and I do want to start off with some thanks. First of all, I want to thank you, Baz, and your team. So Baz, Jeff, and particularly Sam, Samantha, for the hard work. Baz has already recognised Samantha. That's gone into this. I want to thank also all of you as councillors. I know you've put a lot of work into this as well. And it's not just work, I think there's a real love and care that's gone into this strategy. And I also want to thank you all for taking that little bit of extra time that's been taken. This was going to come to the committee about 3 weeks ago, and there were obviously a few things that we needed to get our heads around, to nail down. We've done that, and we've also made some changes as a result of that. And I think it's actually enhanced the strategy quite considerably. I really want to thank again, huge thanks to the arts, culture and creative sector. Thank you again for honouring us with your presence here today. But thank you also for that, those many months of engagement that you've had. So this really has been a strategy that has been co-created, and I think that is absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much for that. And that is one of the strong messages that I think right from the start that we heard, was that you did not want as a sector, you did not want us to go out with an action plan. I think some people looked at the original strategy and said, what is this, and has this got enough oomph into it? And the reason that we didn't have that action plan in the first instance was because you as a sector said, we don't want to respond to something council's created, we want to co-create it. And I think that is what the strategy has done and what the action plan has done. And in fact, if I could say, we've just had a resident satisfaction survey, which told us that we all have some work to do, and we are doing a lot of work across a lot of those areas. One of the issues which is raised, and to be fair, it comes up every time, is whether council listens to its community. And I think that here we've done more than listen, we have actually co-created, and I think that's exemplary. And again, I think both officers, councillors and the sector for your engagement in this. There's been a lot of, excuse me, a lot of refinements which have been made to the paper. We've got the inclusion of creativity, which I think is a real plus. And I want to thank Tani Mahuta for your kōrero this morning, because I think, when you think about that, the aspects of digital, film, television. So, if it can make an artist's life viable in Wellington, because we've got the ability to be able to get into TV and do, maybe with TV acting or TV advertisements, whatever it might be. If that makes the difference, that's really important. So creativity being added to the strategy, I think, is really important, and it also shows really that nexus between arts, culture, creativity, and economic strategy. So really looking forward to getting the economic strategy out in the next month and a bit, and again, I hope co-creating that with the sector. I think there's also a really good recognition. These are some of the changes that have been made. I think a greater recognition of the importance of national institutions and also career and activity pipelines, which is a message we've heard loud and clear. I think there's a greater recognition now that this is not all about council, but it's about partnerships, and it's about partnerships with the sector, but also about partnerships with, for example, the Crown and other agencies as well. There's clearly a change in terms of the greater focus on venues, and we've already taken action through our long-term plan to address things like affordability of access to venues. I think that's really important. And we're also acting on, and I hope that we'll be able to make some announcements fairly shortly about filling that 500 to 1,000 person audience per venue gap that there's been for a long time. And that's a gap that we've heard about from the sector for a very long time. Some of the other changes that have come in there is in terms of the funding. Obviously, the funding support, extra funding support for Māori arts and culture, the extra funding support there for the portrait gallery, and the increase in the general arts and culture, and also grants funding, and also the extra support for Toi Pōneke. So all of those are things that have been changed as we've gone through this process. So again, I think really positive changes. I'm really pleased that the plan now includes a clear, strong and immediate action plan. And I think you look through that list and it shows you that we are doing an enormous amount that is related to the sector. And I think that, when you start bringing those venues back on stream, when you start seeing the actions that are going to be taken, particularly the ongoing desire to co-create the arts, culture and creative strategy and the action plan as it goes forward, I think we will be in a great place as a city. I like to have action. I also like to have that action guided by strategy, and I think that this does both of those. A few aspects just finally I wanted to highlight. Obviously, we've got a really strong focus here on ahu hononga, so support for Māori arts and culture, and that's both that's both mana whenua and Māori generally, and I think that that's really, really important. I'm really delighted to see the strong focus on capital city. Now, that's something which we have alone as a city, and it's something which is a great strength, and we've got to keep on building on that, and I believe this places us well to do that. And upcoming strategies, I think the economic strategy will do that, I think the heritage strategy will do that, and we're going to continue to do work in that space. I also like that we have lifted the recognition of learning and education. I think we have a really strong learning and education sector in arts, culture and creativity, and it's something that's really important that we do that and then build the pathways from that to give people career pathways. And I think the final things to say, we've heard some really good things about venues. I think we are, obviously we've got further work which is signalled in the strategy to do in the venue space. We are going to fill one of those gaps straight away, but I thought it was really interesting having the presentation also from Mark Kneebone. I think there might be some opportunities there, but obviously we've got some work which we've asked for. The strategy reinforces that we've asked for in the venue creation space. I think that's all I wanted to say at the moment, but except to say that I think that when I read through the strategy, what I saw is something which was inspiring, that had a whole lot of araha in that. I thought it was really heartwarming to read it, and I think the language which was used was beautiful, and I think that it's going to stand our city, our people, in really good stead going forward. So again, my thanks to everybody for their mahi, their kōrero in putting this together. I'm happy to move, and I'm going to pass over to Councillor Young for seconding.
I have great pleasure in seconding this, Your Worship. So I don't want to repeat the things that you've said, but I would just repeat a couple of things, which is primarily my thanks to the sector for all the work that they have put into this. Huge work from right across the sector, from the big institutions like the Symphony Orchestra to the independents. We have an amazing range of arts activities in Wellington, and I believe it is reflected in this policy. And of course, the ones who really do the heavy lifting are the officers. And I would just like to, I know you've called out names already, but Sam Hutchison, who is incredibly patient especially when working with me, having worked as a writer for much of my life, and I have very strong views about the way things are written, and full marks to her. No wonder she's away recovering. And I'd also like to thank, Baz, Jeff Lawson, unflinching patience again with me and others, very calm, hardworking, patient officers. And I'd also like to mention members of the arts team who have departed, who have provided such wise counsel over the years and real dedication to the sector with their deep knowledge. So Natasha Petkovic-Jeremic, one of the world's hardest surnames, Felicity Birch, and David Daniela, a huge loss to council, and I hope that their legacy will continue. And also, of course, Gisela Carr and John Allen, who've been working in the background. This is a very articulate sector. It's no surprises because the arts are really all about communication, and we've certainly heard from them, which is really great, as the Mayor has pointed out, because the arts sector is a keystone to our city. And I know the city's reputation has taken a bit of a battering recently, but I think the arts have held up incredibly well in very difficult times. And we should be very grateful. I'm just looking at my scrawled notes, and I forgot to mention one of the pleasures I get are from volunteers or people who do the arts purely for love. And I wish I could do it, the Orpheus Choir. If I could sing better than I do, I'd be singing with the Orpheus. If I could dance better than they do, I might be auditioning for the Royal New Zealand Ballet a few years ago. So anyway, and let's not forget our wonderful festivals, Cuba Duper, Fringe, they bring such a great perspective on our city, often hilarious things, deeply moving items, wonderful, wonderful participants. And they're really what make life in Wellington so truly joyous at times, especially when we have the right weather for Cuba Duper. So the other thing I'd like to mention is the significant role of Toi Pōneke with the independents. That's it's an institution which does so much to sort of feed the whole ecosystem of the arts. And when I first got on council, I thought, oh, what is this organization? And now I realize it's absolutely a linchpin, or if we want to develop artists' careers and help them. So finally, I would just like to say the New Zealand Portrait Gallery, has really struggled. And I think almost all councillors went to the opening recently of their exhibition. And the reason, it's not a traditional portrait gallery. The only kings you'll see in there is the Maori king for the opening. You don't see pictures of George II and all the Hanoverians, because it's not traditional. Instead, it makes a point of being a diverse, attracting diverse communities and ethnicities to participate in their exhibitions. And its future is, according to its chair, hanging in the balance because their funding was so battered by COVID. And of course, I'm sure most people realize that entrance is free to the Portrait Gallery. And so I'm really delighted that we are stepping up to give it a bit of a helping hand. And I just hope that they can continue to raise funds to put on the amazing traditional and contemporary exhibitions. And do keep an eye on it. It is one of the real joys of Wellington, and one of the first stops for tourists when they come to Wellington for when we have a tourism market again. So I'm really delighted with this paper. This is a word I don't often use. I'm thrilled with the paper. It's fantastic. And I'm just so grateful to everyone who has put so much work into this. And I am delighted to second this paper. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I see Councillor Matthews, you've got your hand up.
Well, the amendment as well.
Oh, sorry, hang on. I haven't seen the amendment yet. So, Councillor Matthews, did you want to go first? I've got yours. Is the only hand I've got up at the moment.
I can go first.
Okay, where you go.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to briefly acknowledge this as a model of how to incorporate the inclusion and participation of disabled people in our work. And that's a real credit to Sam Hutchinson. But I also want to give a shout out to the Arts Access Alliance. Stace, if you're there, thank you for everything that you've done to partner and make us better in this space. And I was recently able to attend the Arts Access Alliance Awards, and they're an amazing organisation. There is so much happening in this sector. And it was also I was proud to be associated with Wellington City Council because of the work that we have done. And I also want to acknowledge Felicity Birch in particular, her contribution over many years to partner with organisations like Downstage who won an award, who are doing amazing work at taking theatre and making it more accessible to different audiences. So I was very proud there. I also just want to echo briefly what Claire Maybe said. Like Councillor Young, I'm not a performer, I'm not a dancer or a singer, but I am a reader, and we have so much to be proud of in our literary scene. My book is always close to hand. I'm reading a book by a fantastic young Wellington writer called Eamon Mara called 2,000 Feet Above Worry Level. And I promise you I haven't been reading it during the meeting at all. If we go too long, I will still not do that. But so I just want to say that our literary scene is a real treasure for us to promote. And I hope we all continue to do that also. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Councillor Paul, I believe you've got an amendment. Officers, you'll put the amendment up when it's moved, I presume.
It's a pretty simple one, yeah. So, sorry, 2 seconds. So, kei te mihi nui ki ngā kaimahi o tēnei rautaki i te aho tēnei. A heartfelt thank you to everyone involved that's already been named. I don't need to repeat any of the information, just a real heartfelt thank you to everybody involved for the life that you bring to our taone miharo. So this amendment it's not changing anything about the strategy or the work that's necessarily going on in the background. It's just a result of conversations that Councillor Foon and I have had with various different parties, and we've spoken with the people who've done an amazing job on this strategy, and this was meant to be incorporated anyway, but obviously lots has happened over the last week or so, so it was missing from the final paper. So this is just to add it back in there, and just to ask for I guess investigation into opportunities around venues, and particularly the gaps identified in earlier conversations today. So happy to move, and Councillor Foon is seconding.
Thanks. Councillor Foon, do you want to speak? And what I'll do is I'll ask, in fact, but just before you do, I'll just ask officers if they're happy to incorporate that. It looks as though it fits very nicely into the action plan. There's a particular bit about the venues being reported back anyway. So, Baz, you got any issue with that?
No, not at all. We're happy with that amendment.
Cool. Okay. So, councillors, can I just, if you can just raise a hand if you are happy to accept that, or a finger, whatever. That's all good. Okay, looks like we're done. Yep, okay, so we're taking that on board. That'll be incorporated into the appropriate place in the action plan. Thanks, Councillor Paul. So, Councillor Foon, do you want to speak to the substantive?
Yes, but not yet.
Okay, right. I have nobody else on the speaking list.
Then I will.
Otherwise, I was going to exercise right of reply because I know we've got a lot to get through. So, okay, where you go.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge all of our amazing artists who came to speak with us this morning. That was a humbling kōrero to listen to about your vision and passion for the opportunity that Wellington has ahead of us. Thank you for that, and thank you to Sam Hutchinson and our team for bringing Aho Tini, which is overdue. I just wanted to paint a little bit of a picture. I don't want to show my age today, but growing up in Wellington, I moved from Wainuiamata to the Big Smoke, and I have to be honest, in the late 80s, there wasn't much going on. It was pretty grey. There were a few good gigs coming through the university, and also the trans scene was actually probably burgeoning along with the gay hairdresser scene. So it was pretty fun, but not enough. So I quickly wanted to go to London. When I came back to Wellington, it felt like there was a zeitgeist of energy going on in our city. It was a blank canvas that was being filled by the music scene, the art scene, new businesses starting up because we had a market to foster them. Takirua Depot was strong. And then out of that came the Cuba Street Festival, which we now know as being Cuba Duper. It was an absolute collision of all the creative energy at a really unique time for Wellington. And council quickly jumped on this, and that's where the brand creative capital came from. And then after that, I don't know, I couldn't stand by that we have done a great job at supporting our arts community. In fact, we drove a motorway through the heart of that community. That's where we got Toi Pōneke as a trade-off for that. And also since then, we've seen our creative community really not feeling supported. So I won't go into the details on that, but I would like to say I think they've been very gracious today in coming to us with telling us how we can support them. And they've also been very gracious in their commentary because we need each other. And this city is, with the creative pillar being one of our cornerstone pillars, we need to go on with our creative community in partnership and collaboration, which is what they are asking for. What we're doing with our Tini is just a start. Other cities, Denmark gives arts more funding than sports. Helsinki gives 17 million euro for a city of 1,003 million. So we've got a long way to go. So when we say this is the start, this is truly the start. If we really see the opportunity that creative arts and culture can bring to Wellington as a city. So I would just like to say thank you for really bringing that action plan. It's really important that we've got something to move forward to. But I think we really need to keep to that vision that we have something unique here in Wellington. And it's our energy, our arts energy, I think, embodies the energy of Ngākei and Whataetai, the story of the energy that makes Wellington so special. And that the Ahotini vision to weave all of these strands together so that we can be one strong mat. And so that creativity is not just the heart of something you visit Wellington or an add-on, but it is the energy and the way we do everything. That is my vision for what I want to see Wellington be like. So thank you to all those who presented today, and thank you to the Ahotini team. I'm really looking forward to seeing this start manifest into what we can really be. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands up. So on that basis, I will exercise very briefly a right of reply. Just three or four quick things. The first one of them to say is, Councillor Young, thanks for your words there. Look, I agree with you. I think the sector's held up really, really well in incredibly challenging situations. Required everybody to just be so adaptable. And that includes council as well. Very challenging, and we're not out of that challenge yet. We have to adapt as we speak in real time. I know some of the events do, in particular at the moment. And your words about the portrait gallery, look, I'm also delighted with stepping up. It seems to me the portrait gallery has been on shoestring for a very long time. And I think that we need to keep that just to step up and help get them through this at the moment, and obviously talk about what a long-term proposition looks like. Councillor Matthews, thank you for your acknowledgement of the accessibility part of the strategy. I think that came through really well, and for your acknowledgement of Stace, but also I'd like to recognise Richard as well, just for the work that Arts Access Aotearoa does to support our accessibility community. I think that's really important. Councillor Paul, thanks for raising the issues around the venues, and I think the opportunity there, I do think there's a real opportunity, particularly around the Opera House, to make it something that is much more dynamic and is able to really add to that part of our city. So let's work through that and see where we end up with that. But I think it's a really exciting potential there. And Councillor Thune, thank you very much for your journey through a bit of time there. I'd be interested in seeing some of those numbers, because the numbers you mentioned, actually, it sounded as though we were actually putting a lot more money into for a much smaller city. But anyway, we'll see. Well, let's compare those numbers later on. But anyway, thank you all again for your contribution to getting the strategy to where we are at the moment. And again, to the arts, culture and creative sector, thank you so much for all that you've done to help co-create this. And Baz, to you, to Jeff, Gisela, John, and also can I just particularly say, I know she's not here, but can you just pass on our collective gratitude to Samantha for her work and patience in putting this strategy together. So councillors, I can see some people already voting, so that's a hint that you want to get on, and let's do that.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Right, that takes us to the next paper, which is the annual dog control report. I'd like to invite Helen to join us. You've got 3 in a row, Helen. Is Helen there? Heidi, is Helen online?
Helen is not online. Give me.
I can see her there, but I think she's having trouble.
Okay, we'll just pause for a moment.
Andy, depending how she goes, I'm happy to take questions. Well, certainly to introduce the paper and do my best to answer.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Right, okay, Liam.
So bear with me.
And then I can see a question. Or a question, is that Councillor Sparrow, or do you wish to move the paper when it comes to that?
A question.
A question, okay. You might want to move the paper as well. Liam.
Yeah, so councillors, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just trying to do my best to introduce this dog control report. Apparently, this is a report we often and are required to report under the Dog Control Act to Council. It just contains some high-level information about how we've been tracking throughout the year in terms of dogs registered and reports more broadly across the service. And just as a reminder, councillors, we have effectively an outsourced dog control service to Hutt City Council. And we currently have 5 officers working across the city to ensure that the Dangerous Dogs Act and the Dogs Act more broadly is well managed and administered through the city. And
that's all you wanted to...
that's all I want to say at this point.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. So I've got questions, Councillor Sparrow. Okay, if you can use the hand thing, because that gets you up to the top of the screen as well. So thanks. But Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Fitzsimons, I did see Councillor Hannett there as well. And then I've got a question as well. So Councillor Sparrow.
Yep, my question is on, well, it's an unnumbered page, but it's headed Neutering Menacing Dogs, and it talks about obtaining a DIA grant to fund the neutering of all dogs in Wellington classified as menacing. And my question is there a reason why the owner isn't responsible for the cost of neutering their dog? Why does it need to come out of public funds?
So, Councillor, I think in terms of the neutering program, it's been pushed a few times throughout other councils in New Zealand, but primarily it's an incentive. We are trying to offer the incentive to dog owners that if they are, for whatever reason, unable to pay for neutering costs, that it's an incentive for them to approach council and achieve a grant of the type that would allow them to occur.
Hi Liam, it's Kay Sitko here from Public Health. I can also help there with that. The DIA gave us some funds to do this work, and we still have funds left over to continue doing this work. So that is why we're able to do it under those funds that were given to us.
Okay. So,
you good there, Councillor Sparrow?
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I was really sorry. I was really just interested in the total number of dangerous dogs being 8, which is higher than ever before, and any insights about why that might be.
Thanks, Councillor. I see that Helen's now joined us. Helen, are you able to answer
Helen.
the question? Perhaps I might pay you repeat as well, Councillor Fitzsimons. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, councillors.
Helen, you sound like you've probably got 2 devices going at the same time, do you?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We're getting an incredible amount of echo there.
I can just take that question offline. It's not
Okay. If you
problem.
can, that'd be helpful. Maybe Helen, if you can try and sort that, that's great, because I know you've got 2 other papers coming. So let's keep working on that. Meantime, Liam, if you can do your best, but other questions I suspect are going to be offline questions. Councillor Pannett, so let's only ask the questions we have to for the sake of the paper, just because of the technical difficulties.
Thank you, and I hope my sound quality is okay because my internet connection is unstable apparently. Liam, look, this area is a particular passion one for me. So just 2 questions. One is the number of dogs. I've asked Helen some more questions about this, but just for everyone's knowledge, it used to be around maybe the 8,000, but it's now going up to 13,000. I was just wondering what you thought was driving that. And the second question was, in terms of those numbers of menacing or dangerous dogs or infringements, have you got any particular areas of concern? Like, have we got a problem that we really need to manage, or is it pretty much what you would expect?
So just on, look, I can't speak to the dangerous dogs matter. I haven't got the insights, unfortunately, Councillor Pannett, but I mean, we have seen a steady increase in dog registrations for quite some time. And just as an example, I think what I found quite interesting, it's something internally we're working on, is that we currently have 2,550 dogs registered per animal control officer, and Hutt City Council have 1,850. So whilst we're getting very well serviced by Hutt City, we're looking at the moment to try to understand whether dog registration within Wellington City Council has increased at a trajectory that's perhaps needs a quick and fast look at whether we're servicing those registrations at the right level. And that may have some impact and reflection on the matter relating to the dangerous dog increases. But again, without having Helen's tech working, I'm not sure. Helen, how are you going now to answer that last question of Councillor Pannett? Yes and no? Doesn't look so. So again, we'll take that question on notice, Councillor, regarding the dangerous dogs. It sounds like it was similar to Fleur's question earlier.
Sorry,
okay.
Just one more quick question. It's a constant complaint some dog owners that they don't get much level of service. So you've given, for the fee, you've given a breakdown of that fee is to dog owners, just in terms of giving a high level of service for, off-lead exercise space. Thank you.
So that wasn't the question. Okay, Councillor Paul.
It's kind of a Helen question, but basically I sent through 4 amendments, but I think if officers think it's all good, can we just incorporate it? Because I don't want to go through what just happened with Te Aho Tini, because that was a big waste of time. So maybe this is for you, the chair, if you can read them. I sent them through 2 days ago. It would be quite helpful to just incorporate it and save time. So and officers might have already seen them. They're basically just asking to look into some metrics for the objectives in that dog report, to make sure that the policy team's meeting with Capital Kiwi just around some of the things Paul's raised, and then just looking at resourcing options and whether there's opportunity to share resources, because obviously councils offer a good stick and some of these other organisations can provide the carrot. So they're not, I don't think they're controversial. I doubt there'll be a lot of debate. I think we all want Kiwi in Wellington. So
yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with Councillor Paul's request. A lot of those can be dealt with in the review we'll be doing of the service we're able to provide under the current resourcing of the animal control contract with Hutt City Council. The other thing I'd point out is possibly an opportunity to look at how our rangers are used as well. Yeah. And I know Councillor considered this several years ago in regards to the capabilities of the rangers, once they're out and about looking after our parks. And of course, with that presentation this morning from Capital Kiwi, looking at opportunities for us to work closely with them when they do potentially start to roll out translocations of Kiwi into our greenbelts and outer greenbelt.
Cool. So those can just be incorporated. Is that all good? Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. there are no, well, the only question I was going to ask is along those lines, because it is the level of service that we provide to on our green belts, both for humans who get occasionally surprised by dogs or distressed by dogs, but also increasingly it's going to be an issue for wildlife. So, you know, particularly with capital kiwi in time. So it's just to make sure that we actually have a level of service with our contractors and our ability through the ranger service to be able to appropriately manage that and get an education program going, and you know, so we actually look after these birds and other people. So Liam, it's probably a question about whether that's exactly what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, Andy, I just lost you for a minute there. Could you repeat the question?
I'll try and make it quicker. So basically, to say clearly, we've got some existing issues with dogs in the reserve area. You know, mostly with people, conflict with them and people, but also it'll be increasingly an issue for wildlife. And obviously, Paul speaking today about capital kiwi, it's going to become a bigger issue in time. We've also got some on the margins of Zealandia as well. I know that at the moment, and obviously penguins and seals too. So just it's really a question about the level of service that we are requiring from our contractors, but also the way in which we've tooled up our ranger team.
Yeah. So thanks, Your Worship. So the point I made earlier is just an understanding in the bringing to this report to Council how since I think 2002 we've outsourced our dog and animal control services to HUT. Just keeping an eye of those numbers, particularly through dog ownership of Wellington residents, whether or not we've got an opportunity, and we do have an opportunity. I have checked this at any time to review that contract. It's CPI based, so it started at about 750,000. It's running about 850 now, but we do need to try and have a look at that trend and determine whether or not we have the right resources for Council to continue to provide those services. So it's certainly on our radar to look at.
Good, I'm pleased with that, and I think that probably answers Councillor Paul's question too. Councillor O'Neill.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I was going to ask this and then I wasn't, and now I am again. My question was, so page 143 of our book, under proactive controls, it says that our patrols were conducted and officers identified 109 compliance breaches and were able to take enforcement on 93, but at least 207 dog owners were identified during these patrols. So I'm just a little bit confused with those statistics there. If I'm reading that correctly, then 1 out of every 2 dogs is encountered was not actually a complaint. And I'm just wondering if there's, like, if we had any commentary on that, if we get more call outs for bad dogs that aren't actually bad dogs, or like where are we kind of going with like how we communicate how to complain about dogs and breaches of the Act?
Look, I'll try to answer on past experience, Councillor. The education piece is the largest bit of work that any animal control unit can do to restrict, if you like, these unnecessary call-outs. I'm just looking at the screen now, and I've had a text from Helen. She's still having tech problems, but Damien Nuns, I understand, is online. And Damien, are you able to speak to the question more specifically regarding the call-out numbers?
Yeah, can everyone hear me? My name is Damien. The answer to your question was that the proactive patrols that we did were up on top of all our other duties and patrols. We had focused a project on dealing with areas that were high risk or had been identified as high risk. When we've been patrolling up there, we have tried to take as many notes as possible, and the was it 207 we noticed on our patrols was 207 compliant dog owners. They were doing what they were meant to. The other ones, I think there was 109 that we had identified as clear breaches, and we followed up with action on at least 93. We can't help, unfortunately, the people who choose not to talk to us or run away from us, or sometimes it is too far away to track down and deal with. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. And for those who don't understand why council's dealing with this rather than it being dealt with at a committee level, there are some things which statutorily we can't delegate. So this is one of those. So we do get down into some level of detail with that. Okay, I'll thank you for answering the questions, Liam, and we'll see if Helen can join us for the next one. Right, who's going to move this? Councillor Sparrow, are you going to move the paper?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes.
Right, yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at the actual, there was not a whole lot to say. The one comment I would make is that the whole business of animal control really is under-resourced, and we are going to need to look at it more closely when there are kiwi in the wild, because the reality is I would suspect that 70–80% of people walking through bush areas, and I'm talking about my own area specifically, have their dogs not on the leash, and they are meant to be on the leash. So we're going to have to look at that more closely in the future. Anyway, the recommendation is to receive, agree and adopt, so I move.
There's been some additions, so officers have taken on board Councillor Paul's suggestions, which are not about so much about this particular dog control report, but about work that needs to be done going forward.
Yep.
So you're happy to move those as well?
Yeah, I'm including recommendations 4, 5, 6 and 7. They are all make sense, so I move all recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Paul, do you want a second?
Sure, and I'll keep it short. Good stuff. Let's get those kiwi out there and love our cootie, and big shout out to our animal control officers and all the danger that they sometimes must get in being around scary dogs, but also let's use them well to protect our manu takitaki. And thank you, officers, for putting it together.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, everyone. Look, I'm pleased to see this report come to us, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Mayor Foster, I'd just like to point out that I think it's not a dog problem, but an owner problem if there is conflict with wildlife. So clearly there is some more education and I guess cultural change that as we more fully appreciate our wildlife, that those of us who do have dogs in our lives, need to make sure that they are being, behaving in the proper way. But I would say too that there is an increase in dog numbers, quite significant, and Wellington's numbers were always lower than other parts of the country. And so I think that, I did ask the officers a question, it wasn't a statement, that members of the public do complain about having to pay a dog registration fee and don't see that they get much out of it. So obviously there is a regulatory component, because not everyone loves them and we've got to meet the requirements of the law. But I think just if we are going to put restrictions to protect wildlife, then we do need to look at what other areas of the city we can open up so that dogs can get a proper exercise. And there is plenty of evidence that dogs are good for our mental well-being. And so I guess I just want to give that message that, that I do think we need to look at our level of service, make sure that we've got happy, healthy dogs. And just my last point too is that one of the things a very experienced dog trainer said to me is, no, you shouldn't have more off-lead access, but you should have more access generally. So into the city, onto public transport, as has already been made possible by the regional council. But again, obviously you need good canine citizens if that's going to work properly. But thank you to the staff for the work they do. It's very important.
We've got a rather long list here. Councillor Foon and then Councillor O'Neill. Bear in mind that we have a lot of other issues to get through.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Councillor Pennant. So then I'd just like to shout out to Caesar and our cable car crew for allowing dogs on the cable car. What a wonderful story for Wellington. And also just wanted to acknowledge the circular economy story where 60,000 plastic tags would have gone to the landfill every year, and now we've got the one tag system. So I haven't had a way to reach out and go hip rah for Wellington City Council on that initiative. So doing it now. So thank you to all the team that worked on getting that through.
Nice, nice. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, just briefly wanted to speak to the paper in support and kind of signal once again, in the last year, Wellington City Council has had a couple of different bids from Capital Kiwi and other ecologists in the community asking for greater dog control and education and awareness programs, and that this needs to be something that we're actually not just fronting up in terms of like a lovely, beautiful partnership, because it all looks good and well, in old books of Helen Clark releasing the first Kiwi into Zealandia, and now we're in this sort of position to maybe see little spotted Kiwi and native Wellington Kiwi in our outer greenbelt. And just to remind my fellow councillors that as other papers coming to us about acquisitions and weed control, and that this kind of information and mahi and the reward of having Kiwi in our backyard doesn't come without all this other investment as well. And that obviously a good point was made earlier by Paul and in some other correspondence that people are happy to phone in if a dog is a threat to them, but obviously a little blue penguin or a kakariki bird cannot phone up the council and let them know that a dog's just rummaged through their nest and put them at risk as well. And so looking forward to support that through different camera trials or other people as we come forward to look at that review as well.
Thanks, Councillor O'Neill. I don't see any other hands. Councillor Sparrow, do you want a right of reply?
No, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Well, councillors, happy to take them all as one. See, Councillor Paul's already voted, so let's vote.
Missing a vote from Councillor Condi. That's unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to the next paper. Helen, you're up again, I think. This time, hopefully, the tech is working. And thank you for your endeavours there.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and apology for what
Much
happened
better.
earlier. And thank you for Damien and Liam for stepping in. So yes, I'm all fully functional at this end now. So this is the report on income and expenditure relating to alcohol licensing costs. This is an annual report which is required to be published every year by the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. The report sets out the cost recovery rate for the alcohol licensing function, and it should be noted that this year we're sitting at 88% cost recovery. It should also be noted that this has been an unusual year in terms of income for the alcohol licensing function, primarily due to COVID and the impact of COVID on the hospitality industry. So the figures are a bit askew from what we would have expected them to be, and we fully hope to be back on the right trajectory next year. It should also be noted that any changes to alcohol fees need to be facilitated through the alcohol fees bylaw, and that was introduced in Wellington in October 2019. So that's been a really useful mechanism for deciding what and how we charge our customers in the hospitality industry to get to the right amount of income that we would like to.
Thank you, Helen. Are there, councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Pannett, if you can, ideally if you can use the little hand button, because then you go to the top end of the screen, but you're the only one who's got a hand up, so I can't see it.
Apologies, Mayor Foster. Thanks, Helen. Look, I was just looking at the figures, and we're not refusing many licenses, or I think the only refusals really were with manager certificates. Is that because the people applying are really good, or are we not being strict enough?
I would say that generally, probably 95% of operators in Wellington are really good. They really do comply with the rules. They understand that it is a real privilege to have an alcohol license. They work hard to get that alcohol license, and they really work hard to maintain it. So the ones that are refused, and there are very few, I take that, but they're for really good reason. Also, our alcohol licensing team work closely with the industry all the time. So if someone appears to be going slightly off the rails or off track, then we'll have a meeting with them and talk about how they need to fix their procedures. But generally, everybody's really good.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions? Okay. Who wants to introduce the paper? If you're keen to do that. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I move the paper.
Straight into the point. Seconded by?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Any debate? Councillor Pannett.
Just really briefly, it's kind of interesting, and I think it's a good story to tell. Our operators are really good, and yet we do have some significant issues around alcohol. So being able to pinpoint where we need to take some action, I think would be helpful. So I think we are doing some work on the alcohol management strategy, so we'll be interested to see what we can do there. Thank you, though. And it's really good to hear that people are responsible.
Anyone else? Look, can I just pick up one thing, Councillor Pannett? Also the hospitality industry, and this is the on license rather than the off license part of the industry, is very much involved as a partner in Pōneke Promise, and it's taken some pretty significant initiatives to try and make sure that alcohol consumption is done as safely as it possibly can be. My suspicion is that most of the issues are off license rather than on, but I suspect there's probably there'll be some on as well, but they're certainly working hard to make sure that they contribute to the city being as safe as it possibly can be. Councillor Fitzsimons, right reply if you need one.
I don't.
Okay, well, let's vote then.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. And that takes us to the DLC committee annual report. Again, this is the third of these statutory reports in a row that we've got. Helen, again, is there anything that you wanted to highlight there?
The only thing I would say in relation to this report is this feeds into the Ministry of Justice. So observations of the DLC then go to inform the report to the Minister, who in turn can look at possible amendments to the Act. So this is part of a bigger thing that feeds into an ongoing review of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Helen? I see none. Okay, look, I'm happy just to introduce this unless somebody else wants to. So look, but just very quickly, thanks, Helen, for the work you do. And can I also just say I want to thank both the alcohol licensing team in the council, but also all of the district licensing commissioners. I think I'm the only one who's actually sat on district licensing hearings in the past, not in this training, but previous training. And those are taken very, very seriously. They are done very, very professionally. I must say that they are all quite time consuming. I'm not sure it's the most efficient process in the world, but it does appear to me that there are certainly areas that the legislation could be significantly enhanced. And I hope that one day Parliament will actually put it as an issue they do want to deal with. It's now, what are we now, 9 years old. There are certainly some holes in the legislation. There are good bits of it as well. But I think it does need a look through with that 9 years of experience behind it. Who would like to second it? Councillor Paul, thank you. Anybody wish to speak? No? Okay. Well, in that case, clearly no right of reply is required. And so let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Helen.
Thank
and
you.
We'll see you again soon. Right, that takes us on to the next paper, which is the representation review. Now I'm going to introduce it. I'm not going to move the recommendations as they were sent out by officers. I think this very much is, in a sense, it's our space more than it is officer space. But I do thank Sean for the work, in particular for the work that he's done in helping us get to this point, but also others I know who've helped in providing the information, Michael Brownie in particular. I think when we're basically at this position because we have introduced the Māori ward earlier this year, and that requires us, as we knew at the time, that requires us to do this representation review. We didn't intend to do a representation review until next triennium, so 3 years hence. We are required to do it this time. I look at the different propositions that are in front of us. I think we are at a time when there's an enormous amount in front of our community already, and that's notwithstanding, that we are in a global pandemic at the moment and we're in a lockdown situation. But there are also a lot of big things we're going to be putting in front of our community over the next few months. A lot of big things we've been putting in front of them over the past few months. So, when you think of all the work that's coming up in Let's Get Wellington Moving, the district plan, the Cycleway program, the economic strategy, and the solid waste, there are just going to be a huge number, just to name a few, there are a huge number of issues which are going to be in front of our community. I think putting in front of them a major change in the way that they elect their council is probably not particularly helpful at this point in time. And frankly, I think quite a few of us feel that we should leave it to the Local Government Commission to make the decision, which effectively, if we stick with the status quo plus the Māori ward, we will be doing. So Sean has very helpfully put together what the recommendations would look like. I think in terms of the original officer proposal, my view is that particularly the good folks of Kandala probably will go slightly ballistic about this, and that's probably the last thing I want to do. Kandala and I have always been joined, and I think separating the two of them will go down like a lead balloon. And so that's one of the reasons I don't particularly care for the proposition which is in front of us. We could tweak it slightly, the existing the status quo. Well, it's probably more than a slight tweak. We will get the numbers to work if an officer is given this advice. If we were to take one of the rural communities out of northern, either Oharu or Horokiwi, you could say, well, put Oharu and Makara together. That might make some sense. That would get northern below the 10%. The only other issue of non-compliance is between the south and the west, south and the east, I should say. You could put the two of them together and make a super ward, if you like. That will get the numbers to work. But again, that's a pretty significant shift to take. And the other one which appealed to me somewhat was the sort of going down the electorate arrangement, i.e., effectively a Rongotai, Wellington Central and a Oharu arrangement. And that could work with any number of councillors, with or without councillors at large. But for me, I think that's just the lowest level of change is appropriate, and so that is what I'm going to move. And I think officers will screen share the recommendations, which effectively say, as we are at the moment, Māori ward included, and then effectively the LGC will make the decision. Should that be where we land at the end of the process? Deputy Mayor Free, you've got a second.
Yes.
Do you wish to speak?
Just to note that I will screen share, but I'm having a little issue getting the formatting fixed. So what I'll do is I'll forward the email around so that everyone can see it, and I'll have it up on screen as soon as possible.
Beautiful. Okay, thanks, Heidi.
Deputy
Mayor Free.
Yes. So look, I have thought quite a lot about this. I kind of was a little bit undecided about which was the right thing to do, but having thought about it a little bit more, for me, it does come down to, if you're going to make a change, I think there's going to be the need to make an even bigger change in 3 years' time, when we have the results of the review of local government, and when we also potentially have a new census, because at the moment with the data we've actually got, the population isn't particularly accurate due to the last census having to be estimated in many ways. And prior to that, of course, we had COVID. No, the Christchurch earthquake actually interrupted the census before that. So it's been quite a while since we've had really robust data. And I think for me, it comes down to, if we're going to make a change, I think there has to be it has to be like start from scratch. And I don't think we're quite at that position. I think anything we do at this point would be tinkering around the edges. There may be some people that will disagree, but I also have a view that it may not be the best thing to have a mix of at-large and ward representation. And I was reflecting, I remember reading when in the Tauranga review, Peter Winder's or the team's comments that they wondered if the mix of at-large and by-ward election of councillors was contributing to the situation, which they described as they felt that some of the issues and behaviours had their genesis in the particular representative arrangements for Tauranga. Now, I realise that Tauranga's situation was probably complex, but and there are many, I'm sure there are many councils that successfully do have a mix of at-large and ward, but I personally wonder if this is the right thing to do right now when we have so many other changes facing our communities. So all up on balance, I think for me it is about the breadth and depth of change that we're actually asking communities to adjust to, and the staff effort that would also go into supporting this. And I wonder, just to be quite honest, if it's worth it. And so my preference has now come down to recommending a minimal change. I think when we voted for the Māori wards, although we probably did realise there could be a representation review, that probably wasn't the first thing we were thinking about. Yeah, so I think my preference is to definitely go out to the community for consultation, of course, with all of our options, to recommend that we just keep the status quo with the Māori ward and see what the reaction to that is. And if it comes to, it will probably go to the Electoral Commission and they can make a determination. So that's where I've come on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and my apologies, Councillor Day, I was going to get you to second that. So my apologies. Do you want to speak next?
Can I just clarify, are we able to ask questions before?
Oh, yes, very good point. Very good point. Sorry, my blue there on 2 counts. So I've got 4 hands up. Are they questions or debate? So debate. So your questions, Councillor O'Neill? Your questions, Councillor Pannett? Debate. Okay. Councillor Day, your questions or debate?
Debate.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill, so questions.
I just wanted to understand, and it would be good if we could have the, amended motion. I just wanted to understand that this is moving the status quo without boundary changes, or with boundary changes. Without. So I want to understand the risk is, because understanding from a workshop that we had, that if we do not have boundary changes in the Local Government Commission, what is the likelihood that the Local Government Commission will just come in and select all of our wards for us, like they did with Hutt City Council when they were to make any movement? I wonder if we have any opinion on the likelihood of the Local Government Commission ending up selecting our wards for us.
I see Jennifer's come online. So Jennifer, I suspect you're going to answer that question, are you?
I am. Look, I mean, we can't speak for the LGC. Their decision will take into account all the factors, including public feedback. And there is a high likelihood that the proposal will be referred to the LGC in some way, but we can't speak to what their decision might be.
Cool. And then my second question was on a completely different part of the paper. And I was just wondering, since the workshop, if we've done any research on the validity of, devil's advocate here, community boards, and whether or not they are effective representation to give effect to interested communities in local government, if we've done some more thinking on that.
Jennifer?
I might bring Sean into this,
okay,
because Sean, you were doing some thinking, but we weren't looking strongly at revisiting the community board aspect. Sean, yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes. So from the workshop, we didn't see a strong desire from councillors for additional community boards to be set up. And so, obviously we've looked at it a little bit, but there was no particular consideration of making any more. But council obviously could choose to resolve that today.
Okay, then.
Sorry, so just to clarify, that is able to be consulted on as we go out with whatever we decide today, right? That's still within the scope of consultation.
Yes, so there's 2 different bits to that. So you could today, as part of the initial proposal, choose to say, yes, we'll have a community board, and then consult on whether you should. but we could also include in the consultation, not set one up as part of the proposal, but include a question in the consultation that says something along the lines of, should we have more community boards?
What about having less community boards?
Well, yeah, that as well. Yep.
That's okay.
You're getting brave. Okay, Councillor Calvert, is that a question? Okay, can I just ask those whose hands are up for speaking, can you put those down so that I've just got the questions at the moment, and then we'll go back to the speaking. So Councillor Calvert. So
yeah, look, thank you, and thank you, Councillor O'Neill, because my question does follow on from Councillor O'Neill's one, which is about community boards. So given that we've got two community boards, one's essentially an urban one and the other one's more rural. So in terms of the urban one, we've only got one urban one. So my understanding is that we didn't consider getting rid of that urban one, because that's probably the only ward that actually has a community board. All the other wards don't have a community board.
Yes, so the Tawa Community Board is an urban one, and it doesn't encompass the entirety of Takapu Northern Ward. It's only the three most northern suburbs, Tawa, Takapu Valley, and Granada North. Yeah. And the reason that community board exists is, well, probably originally due to the previous Tawa Borough Council, which existed in that area.
So would it be fair to say that from an urban perspective, probably Northern has got some extra representation via its community board, albeit not serving the whole ward?
You could choose to see it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Beautifully answered, Sean. Deputy Mayor, is that a question?
Yes. Look, I didn't have time to research this, but last time I think we recommended some changes. We went out and we consulted on some changes to the boundaries of Brooklyn and moving Southgate from southern into the eastern. I think the community accepted the changes to the boundary of Brooklyn, but thoroughly rejected the Southgate transfer. So we ended up in the situation we're in now, where we had over and under representation, and we went to the commission. And can you just remind me when that was, the dates, if you know it, and roughly what they actually said? I know in the end they agreed with us that it was probably the best we could do, but
so the last representation review was in 2018, and the Local Government Commission would have made their determination in early 2019. But yes, so they upheld a couple of variances outside that 10% at that point.
Were they of the same magnitude as we're talking about now?
It's slightly higher now. So I think last time it was, from memory, it was something like 13%, minus 13% for Eastern Ward and plus 11 for Southern, and now it's minus 15 and plus 12.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions. So let's start putting hands up for speaking. I think Councillor Day, I'll take you first. And then I've got Councillor Matthews. Deputy Mayor, I'm presuming you don't want your hand up to speak because you can't because you've already spoken.
Yeah.
Ngā mihi mai hā kia koutou. Ki ngā iwi mana whenua, nei rā te mihi mai hā kia koutou. So I'm pleased to speak to this today. It's really exciting to have this paper here. Just before I get into it too much, if you hear banging behind me, it's my son playing basketball, and I don't want to stop him from being active, but I just thought if there's a massive loud crash like there just was, it's because the ball lands on the roof just outside my study. Anyway, so as I said, it's exciting to have this paper come and to be today discussing these recommendations, and I want to acknowledge Mayor Foster for taking some leadership here. It's not an easy one, but it's exciting to be discussing the process by which Māori will have guaranteed representation at Wellington City Council. I'd like to thank councillors for supporting the Māori ward. It's been a really exciting and positive journey for this council, and our city has actually really got behind us and is encouraging us, so that's really cool. When we voted for that, I think many of us were not thinking we were voting for massive upheaval at this time, and that we didn't necessarily anticipate that we wanted to take our communities through really complicated consultation. And we've heard from our communities that they are struggling a little bit with consultation fatigue. And we know that things like this can, sometimes really grate on people, that we're doing something which they're just not really wanting to have a conversation about. So I've been doing a lot of reflecting, thinking and reading. Part of me would love to see something a little bit more dramatic. We have the local government reforms coming, and I can see there will be some big change, but I really do just want to acknowledge that we have to think about the timing. I want to acknowledge the staff, and particularly Sean, who has been working really hard to get this sorted in a very short time frame. It's not easy trying to take feedback from a whole lot of people and make it work. And Sean, I actually think you've done a really good job of listening to the suggestions and the ideas from the elected members. And whilst we aren't supporting that, I actually think you've come up with some really good thinking around that. And really what I've just reflected on is that I think we're not in the situation necessarily where we feel that we can take something to the community that potentially is dividing communities of interest, as the Mayor has already said. So I think, when we look at those changes, they are going to, what we're putting forward as a recommendation is going to likely lead us to the Commission, because we are going to be outside with those variances. But I'm comfortable with that. I saw that happen last time. The variances weren't quite right, and actually we were okay because we had really strong justification around our communities of interest. And I think that those variances are minor. We know, and in this context, that more change is coming, and I welcome that change. I think that change is going to be challenging for us. I know that councillors have been having to dig deep with this one, because in many ways we feel we shouldn't be anywhere near this decision. It affects us directly, and in many ways I actually would rather not be making this decision, because actually the right decision might not work for me, and that's okay. But I think probably because of the context of everything that we're going through, where this started in discussing Māori representation, I feel that we don't need to take our communities through a really, not in some ways it could end up being quite an unhelpful conversation at this point in time. We've got a pandemic that we're dealing with, got a lot going on, and let's celebrate the fact that we have successfully got Māori ward in, and that we actually want to increase our Māori representation. I want to acknowledge Liz Kelly, who might be watching or might not be, that it's great having her on board the committees, and I look forward to Te Atiawa having someone at some point in the future as well, when that works for them. But we want to see more Māori representation, and I really want to focus on that today. And thank you, councillors, again for your support along the way. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Day. Now we've got quite a few councillors who've got their hands up now, so let's we'll go in the order in which they appear. So Councillors Matthews, Condi, Bennett, Calvert, and Rush. Can I just check? Does anybody want to move an amendment? Okay, I don't see that. Okay, cool. Councillor Matthews.
Good everyone. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Councillor Day, your leadership for getting us, really making big strides ahead for Māori representation and mana whenua representation, and it's made such a difference, and I obviously strongly support that. However, I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian today. I totally understand why this has been put up the way it has, and I'd like to thank the Mayor for his leadership, and I agree with many of the reasons why you say that, kind of at this time, leaving things as they are is the best decision. However, I do strongly believe that we shouldn't be making this decision because it is impossible to separate our self-interest. And we are all literally voting on the structure that got us here. And I think that in its very nature, you can't separate it out. And even when you try to, when you say you're not, you are. And I do think that tends to favour the status quo, because it's the people that were elected under the system that make the decisions about the system. So, and I'm very mindful of the presentation that Jesse Richardson gave. I'd like to thank him for the time that he took. But I mean, I do think it's presenting us with very serious challenges about our mandate. So for me, the best way to approach this with a straight bat, I felt that the only option I had was to defer this decision to a higher power, in this case, officers' recommendations. And but obviously those are not being put, and I'm relaxed about that. But for me, I just want to make clear that I am a turkey who is willing to vote for Christmas, that I am willing to accept a new system, which might mean that it's less likely that I would have a job after the next election. And I do want to have a system that is more democratic and representative of our city. So unfortunately, I will be voting against this. It's a very rare moment of contrariness for me. My red button doesn't get used that much. But I'm largely doing that because I don't have the option of an abstention. But still one big happy family, and I understand how we've come to that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthews. Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, everyone. I, like Councillor Matthews, I also think that we really shouldn't be making this decision. It just is completely bizarre to me that we are in charge of drawing the boundaries for our own wards. It's just mental. It's mental. We've all kind of had to take our own way about how we're going to approach this. And for me, I've tried to approach it about like, how would I make this decision if I was the one sitting on the local government commission? Like if I was actually sitting on an independent body, how would I make this decision? And I think for me, again, as Councillor Matthews said, I can totally see why people want to stay with the status quo at this point in time. Personally, I don't think it's a good enough reason to justify our wards being outside of the 10% fair representation rule. For us to just say we have a lot of big issues in front of our community, which is absolutely true. Our community having consultation fatigue, which is absolutely true. And that there's possible future local government reforms, which are absolutely true. I don't think any of those things are actually a good enough reason for us not to put up fair representation boundaries that bring us back within those 10% thresholds. That would be my preference, would be to take to the community ward boundaries that actually were within those 10% thresholds that were fairer in terms of representation. I'm quite relaxed either way about at-large councillor wards and not at-large, but I think that's my view on this. I would actually be totally comfortable with the local government commission taking this and redrawing our boundaries for us. I wouldn't see that as a big issue because I really don't think we should be doing it ourselves. So if that's what happens, I'm totally fine with that as well. Kia ora, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Pannett.
Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for all the points that you've made. I think they're really valuable, so I don't need to repeat them. Look, Mayor Foster, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on this one. I think just doing the minimum at the moment is the important thing. Getting through a Māori ward is critical. For Councillor Day, your leadership has been inspiring on this. Thank you very much for doing so much for Māori representation. It's long overdue. We should have done it sooner. So thank you for that, kia ora. But I do agree, like what Deputy Mayor Fred made the point to me, that we do have many big issues at the moment. And I guess I'm uncomfortable about going out about decisions around boundaries, which are actually contentious, before actually doing some proper pre-consultation, which we hadn't anticipated. We just wanted to get through the Māori ward. So in my case, I certainly wouldn't have supported just going out to consultation, for example, putting Kelvin outside of the ward when they would see themselves as part of Pūkehino. So I'm very happy with this. And I think, look, other councils are grappling with this too. I spoke to another representative around the country, the same problem, in that you increase your representation, but it does result in some other issues. So I do think one of my colleagues who raised the issue around the numbers of councillors, having an even number is problematic. And so I just want to signal that I do think we'll have to look at our standing orders around the casting vote, because I think having an even number is problematic. I did take advice from the Local Government New Zealand about this, and they said that they were quite relaxed about it and had some advice about how we could handle it, but I do think we should deal with that. I think I am comfortable with councils making the decision. I don't see why we should give such important decisions over to a couple of people on the commission. You know, we know our communities really well, and I think that's fine, and we just have to be as specific as possible. My views around representation, I agree. Yeah, we do need to do better, but there is no silver bullet. And look, you know, I was one of the leaders on the 2STV campaigns in the early 21st century. You know, like that has helped, I think, but there are some other things we need to do. So we need to look at it as a package. Some reform on the way we elect people might help, and also just giving assistance to underrepresented groups. But look, the good thing about our system at the moment, which is why I'm strongly supporting it, is it is kind of accessible. If we'd had the at-large wards, that would have made it very, very difficult for underrepresented groups to get elected. So I think at the moment, at least there's a chance, and STV has really assisted as well. Deputy Mayor Free, I will strongly support you saying, look, we do need a proper review, and that would be everything. That would be whether we need more local boards. And sorry if I've just got 1 minute. The Local Government New Zealand made some really useful points to me. We are massively.
I'll give you an extra minute.
Massively underrepresented. So in the Anglo countries, it's really clear to see that you don't get many elected representatives for the amount of population you get. And that was because of the neoliberal reforms in the 80s. Whereas in European countries, they have much, much, much lower numbers of elected members to a population. So I would like to take a first principles look at that and kind of go, well, actually, do we need more representation? I know the public might not rejoice in this, but actually, if we're going to have democracy, you need good representation to make the best decisions on behalf of everyone. Kia ora.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Calvert, Rush and O'Neill.
Thank you. And look, I will be supporting the Mayor's recommendations. I think the important thing to remember is we did a full representation review 3 years ago, and we did say then we would do one in 6 years' time. As has been mentioned, the reason we're having to do this now is because we want to put in the Maori ward. And so given that we're in so much change at the moment, and we know local government reforms coming, we may well be amalgamated in the future, who knows? But we'll have a better idea later in 2022 what the local government reforms are saying. And so, look, I think we just need to keep the status quo. It is difficult for us to make decisions ourselves, but that actually has been the legislation for quite some time. And so we are just abiding by the rules. So in terms of that, but I actually think also that this is one area that we actually need public feedback on. They're not expecting us to make the decision necessarily. So we need their feedback. But at this time, we're in COVID, we're in lockdown. We know we have to go out and consult right now because of the timelines. So, so any fundamental change, which I think I welcome in 3 years' time, I think at this time, it's not the right time to go out other than with something that says the status quo and Maori wards. And I'm sure the local government Commission will also be taking account of those factors, because if we were going out for a broader consultation, we really do need to look at the role of community boards and where they should be, if we should have them. But I'm sure that will come with the local government reform as part of the whole governance layer that they're looking at. So as I said, I will be supporting these resolutions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, very quickly. So when we approved or resolved to form a Maori ward, we all recognised we'd do baby steps, right? Baby steps as we figured out how this would all work out. And at the back of my mind, I figured there might be a review which would take away a councillor from the Eastern ward, for example. But certainly the feedback I've had from the Eastern ward residents, I'm very unhappy about that, of course. But I do think that a number of councils across New Zealand will be struggling with this as well. And I think the local government electoral commission, or whoever they are, yeah, I think they will take that into account. I think that if there is a widespread reshuffling that's undertaken by the Commission that will be a barrier for other councils to adopt a Maori ward. So I think we need to do that as little as we can in terms of disruption for now, in order that we can settle the Maori ward and get people comfortable with it and the processes. And then we can look to do a more thorough review. And I was quite attracted to what Jesse said earlier in his submission. I think there's a lot of legs in that, so I'm interested in that. I do wonder, Your Worship, and you might consider this in your reply, whether we should broaden the reasons why that we're not compliant, because we've simply put there it's to limit the effective representation of communities of interest. I think there could be other reasons we could put in there. We could say to allow the bedding in of the Maori ward, which is new because of the uncertainty. I'd put in a lot more in there if we have that opportunity, but I'll leave that with you. Just on whether we should be making this decision, well, we have to. I am a little bit surprised. I don't want to be critical, but I have to say that I didn't get into local body politics for self-interest. I got in to serve my community and give back to my community, and I will stand again, and I'll get elected again if the people want to elect me, and I'll stand anywhere, and I'll be comfortable with that. But nevertheless, point well taken about turkeys voting for Christmas. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I'm not going to be supporting the moved recommendation here today, firmly because I support the officer's recommendation in this paper. Look, we know for a fact that at least 2 of our wards are outside the 10% variance, so we will be referred to the Local Government Commission. They will be redesigning our wards, and so that's why I think it's really important that when we go out for consultation that we really make an active effort to make sure that people, not just with general interest in the community getting elected in a little bit more time, like really soon from now, are probably going to be the ones that are designing a structure that supports them having power in this space. I think there's a really good case for councillors at large, which was the officer's recommended option, or one of. We know that equity for disadvantaged community people are a big issue, as we can see from the diversity in this room, but also the diversity 3 years ago. And that there are some pretty big benefits to being at large, representing communities dispersed across the city, and the unfairness of the Māori population to only be able to have one representative actively accountable to their voice. And for that reason, I am supporting and would like to thank the really neutral advice that we've been given from officers, particularly Sean, Jennifer and Stephen, as well as other community people like Jesse, who's done a lot of research on this in his own time as well. Similar to Councillor Rush, I am not here to vote for the decisions that benefit the power structure I currently hold. And I think for that reason, that's why I'm supporting neutral advice rather than making up our own option. And I think it's really important that people have their say.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no others, so I'll exercise my right of reply. I was interested in the discussion that nobody actually said, well, I prefer a different option, which might have been an interesting conversation, and actually put that up. But first of all, can I just start by just saying, Councillor Day, I want to commend you too for your work in pushing to get a Māori ward established, and also in Māori representation, or iwi representation around the table. You mentioned that you didn't want to divide communities of interest, and I think that to me was the fatal flaw, or a fatal flaw in the proposition that officers have worked very hard to put together, but put up. I think if we'd done what had been suggested, and a couple of you mentioned that, of pulling particularly Kandala, probably Kelvin as well, but if you pull those out of those wards, I have absolutely not a shadow of a doubt that this would have been referred to the Local Government Commission anyway. Not a dog show that it would have got through without the Local Government Commission making a decision. So I think basically what that did is it put us in the position that the Local Government Commission likely would make the decision regardless of what we do. And in fact, generally speaking, I can't think of a single representation review where they haven't made the ultimate decision anyway. I think there is a danger, and I think Councillor Condi, you raised it, being completely comfortable with the LGC making a decision. By and large, the LGC has made decisions to go, yep, understand the rationale, looks good. But I do remember one where completely out of the blue, they abolished the Lambton ward. And they split it between the west and the east. And it would be fair to say that the inner city suburbs were less than happy with that. In fact, they were ropeable. And we brought that back 3 years later when we made the decision, and that stuck. But the Local Government Commission can make some interesting decisions, or has done in the past. So hopefully they will make a decision that's not too outrageous to the community when they make the decision. They've also quite clearly showed that they were comfortable. I must admit I was a little uncomfortable with this, but they were comfortable with being outside the plus and minus 10% when they actually said, okay, because remember we went out with moving Southgate from the south to the east to fix those numbers up before, and the Southgate community came back and said, no, we don't want to do that. And we said, okay, we won't. And the Local Government Commission said, yep, we heard that, and we're going to agree with that. So they've obviously showed some comfort in the past about going with the outside the plus and minus 10%. Councillor Matthews, you mentioned being turkeys and not being willing to vote for Christmas. Actually, it was former Councillor Hutchings and myself who would appeal council's decisions on a regular basis, and we had 21 councillors around the table, and then we got down to 19. We said, look, we actually think that's too many. We think that something around that sort of, I think we said the low end 12 and the high end 16 was about the right number. And I think we had about 3 cracks at it. Finally, the Local Government Commission said, actually, we agree. And they put us to the 14 that we have. So we were, I guess you could say we were turkeys trying to vote for early Christmas, because we could have been the casualties of that. And the Local Government Commission actually agreed with that. And I don't think anybody has subsequently suggested we'd like to go back to having, well, if you prorated it, I think you might have suggested we want more councillors, but I think we'd have been closer to 30 by now than if you've got to take population growth, then we'd have been in the mid-20s anyway, rather than the number that we've got. And I think that's just about efficient and effective operation of the council as an organisation. I think, Councillor Pannett, you also raised that other councils will be grappling with this, and I think Councillor Rush raised that as well. I think if the adoption of a Māori ward were to trigger some fairly interesting changes to ward boundaries and ward and representation arrangements by the Local Government Commission, because councils tried to minimise the rest of the changes that occurred, it might well put people off, or councils off, having a Māori ward, and I think that would be unfortunate. And possibly that is a flaw in the system, that adopting a Māori ward then requires you to immediately go and do the rep review rather than wait the following term, which is what we and many other councils doubtless would have been expecting to do. You also said that you were comfortable with the local government, the local community making a decision and us making a decision. Actually, I agree with you. I think the problem that we've got here is because we did the Māori ward in, was it April or May, we've had very, very short lead time. And normally we would have had quite a long engagement with our community, would have been able to do a thorough job, and we just haven't been able to do that this time. And that means that anything you do, a major change will come as a surprise and won't be backed by that preliminary engagement, because I think quite often we've done a preliminary engagement before we've actually got to here is our proposition and then gone to the community. We haven't had that time to do that this time. And you also said that there was no silver bullet, and you're absolutely right. There are pluses and minuses with everything that we do, and different people come to different views about what the right arrangements might be. You also, the last bit that you mentioned there was the accessibility and the issues around large wards or at large, and I agree with you there. I mean, at large arrangements tend to favour those who are either wealthy, well-known, or party arrangements, and it makes it very difficult for particularly for first-timers. And I think if you're going to go for, if you want something that's going to give you representation, particularly of ethnic minorities, then I think you have to go really at large. In other words, you've got to go everybody at large, because if you just put 2 or 3 in, it's simply not going to do that. It's not going to deliver it. You've got to go really wide so that a community can say, actually, we really want somebody from our community in there, and we're going to all back them. That's the only way they get it, to get that result through everybody being at large. And that, of course, would be a pretty radical change as well. I think that is almost everything that I needed to. Councillor Rush, yes, I agree that obviously when we put the documentation out, obviously we'll put all the information that's needed there, but you don't want to put all of that into a recommendation. It would make it a very long recommendation. I don't appreciate that. I think that is all that I needed to respond to, other than say thank you to all of you for, I think, like, very considered and gracious debate. And we'll take the whole lot as one.
Procedural, yeah, about the amendments, because I haven't seen them. You just had your explaining email. Is there a way to accept that this was needed in order to prompt the Māori ward, but not accept the changes that have been made politically around the boundaries of the wards? Heidi?
Sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
So because I haven't seen the actual amendments, I know the substance of
they've
them.
been emailed to you.
Okay, so I'm just asking Heidi for advice. How do you accept, are there any amendments that accept that this was part of the Māori ward adoption that does not accept the other additional things that have been added on politically as a change to officers' advice, if that makes sense? Because essentially what I'm trying to figure out is how can I support that this was part of the Māori ward process, but I don't support the amendments that pertain to political choices around boundary changes and number of councillors.
Heidi, can you share the whole thing? And then I think, Councillor Paul, you're going to have to work out which ones you vote for and which ones you vote against.
Yeah, can I just ask a question, a point about process? Like, the right of reply has been made. Like,
yes, it has. Yeah, I think all that's being done here is Councillor Paul is effectively saying, can I vote for some bits in part? So I'm happy to entertain that. So, Councillor, can you just tell me which bits you want to vote for separately, because you can't pull it apart. I mean, two as a package. You cannot.
It's probably
rearrange
E.
It now.
It's probably E that you'd vote against, Councillor Paul, maybe?
Yeah, sweet. So can we just pull that one out and then have the rest as full? Is that possible?
Keep going down, Heidi.
Although if everyone did that, we would be in problems.
Well, if everybody did that, we would be in big problems. It really is a package. I think you've either got to say you support that package, given that nobody put up an alternative. I think you've either got to go, I didn't agree with it, so I vote against it. That's fine. But if we all vote against it, or enough vote against it, then we have a bit of a problem. But I didn't detect that people were going to do that. So you got yourself sorted out there, Councillor Paul, which bits you want to take separately?
Can I just follow up a question of process? If if this were to be voted down, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it were to be voted down, then we could, Heidi, would there be a new motion put on the table? So, for example, we could table then the officer's recommendations and vote on that?
Yes, absolutely. If this motion fails, then someone else could move the officer's recommending motions.
It would be, if I might say, it would be an unusual process because there was the opportunity to move it as an amendment, which wasn't taken. So,
well, because of standing orders, we actually couldn't move the officer's recommendations as an amendment. It's not possible because it would have been a direct negative of what you moved. So,
no, I wouldn't. I would have taken advice, and I don't think I would have agreed with that. But officers, can you just give us some advice on that? Because I wouldn't have seen that as a direct negative at all.
Well, it's too late now because you've had the right of reply. So
yes, I know.
That's why we didn't move the amendment.
Yep. But just for the sake of that process.
If this was to fail, then we could put a new motion on the table.
Okay.
But I don't think that's going to happen. So
no. So Councillor Paul, are we going to take it all as one?
Yeah, just take it as a whole.
Okay, right. Okay, let's vote, please.
So can we just have the amendment up, please?
Okay, we all voted.
So that's 12 in favour, 3 against.
Okay, thank you. That passes.
Could you just
right? Thank you.
So could we just know that because we can't see who voted which way?
Oh, can't you? Councillors O'Neill, Condi, and Matthews voted against.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. That takes us. Thank you, Sean, in particular, for your work on that. That takes us through to the Strategy and Policy Work Program. So, Jeff and Baz, are you going to
Mayor
just
Foster,
give
we're
us any
just
quick heads
on
up to begin with?
12:37.
Sorry?
You mentioned that we were going to
Oh,
have a
yes, I
break
did.
at
Yes,
some point.
yeah, I can see the time. I can see the time there. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the clock. What we'll do, we'll
Thank
take the
you,
break
Rustin.
now. If we could come back then at, should we say, just 1:20, okay? Give you enough time? Okay, we'll come back at 1:20. Thank you all.
Hello, colleague. Right there, Simon.
Yeah, hi there, Sean.
We missed that window of opportunity to have a little chin wag, Simon.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, did I butt in?
About
I can butt out.
That's all right. I was just playing around on Zoom, and there's a whole lot of features as to backgrounds and things like that, and you can even add yourself hair and moustache and beard and all that sort of stuff for us guys. There's a whole suite of lipstick choices as well.
Sure, women can add a beard.
Why don't you go for all of them?
Sorry?
Councillor Wolf, I think you should go for all of them.
Yeah, I should give it a go.
Where are these features?
Just remember that we are still live streaming, team.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're human.
It's totally fine. I just wanted everything that's happened so far is fine. I just want to remind everybody.
I had such great hope for the entertainment.
Okay. Well, I've already given myself a little background. I'll see if I can work on the beard and moustache because I've actually never really seen myself in that phase before.
Me neither.
Yeah. Simon, don't discriminate. Be inclusive. Everyone can have a beard and a moustache.
Slim myself down.
I can still recognise you though, Simon. That's a good start.
Can I draw a witch's hat on Fleur? There we go. Looks good.
Outrageous. You be
Hey,
careful, I'll cast a spell on you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look at Simon. That's great. Oh gosh.
Once we do.
Come here, Jamie.
No, are we now streaming live? I think Councillor Wolf, you might want to. You might want to show us that later.
Andy, I was just going to say I think there's a few amendments floating around for this one. I don't know if you want to incorporate them in the substantive.
That's fine. I'm just seeing Councillor Wolf amending himself regularly.
From my perspective, it would be great if my one went in.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't seen the amendments, so we'll get those. Who's got amendments for the first one before we resume? Is it just you, Councillor Fitzsimons? And Councillor Condi? Okay, cool. Right. I would obviously get officer advice about capacity and all those sort of things and how those
You're both taking things out, Andy.
Oh.
And supported by officers.
Oh, well,
Yes,
right. Okay, fine. Even better. Well, I think we'll see what they are.
That.
Right. Okay. Officers, Heidi, you're all good to go again. Are we now live streaming?
We've been live streaming the entire time.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Right. Well, we'll resume again with item 2.6, the strategy and policy work program. Jeff, Baz, is there anything that you want to say as we introduce this, or is...
Yeah, look, just very quickly, it is the work program for the remainder of this calendar year and also next year. The focus is on policy, strategies and plans and reports rather than projects. We have received 2 amendments for the removal of some work for next year that has officer support. So this is a review of significance and engagement policy, as well as the review of the grants framework. So there will be some work still to carry on in terms of aligning the criteria to the priorities and the outcomes of council, but we're happy with those 2 amendments. So that's all I really wanted to say, but we're here for questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move those when we get to that point after we've done questions with those 2 included, so that we don't have to worry about amendments. If that covers your amendments, Councillors Condi and Fitzsimons? Good, brilliant. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for all your work on this program. It's great to see it here. Veranda bylaw. Is that a legal requirement to review that again? Because is it actually working? Because if we don't need to do it, I would have thought we should just get on with the work, make sure it's done.
I'll get Jeff to respond to you. Are you there, Jeff?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
You're a bit quiet, mate.
Yes, initially when we create bylaws, they have to be reviewed after 5 years, and then it's a 10-year review. So this is a 5-year review for that one.
So that's a strict legal requirement that we do have to. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Because I just wouldn't have thought it particularly high priority.
No.
Now the accessibility plan, which has been very difficult and a bit unsatisfactory from my perspective, is this time it's going to be a whole accessibility plan, or is it just going to be parts like focused on the accessible journey?
So you go, Jeff, you go.
Now that's been led by, now we have an accessibility advisor on board. That's been led.
Sorry, Jeff, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure. That's been led by, now that we have an accessibility advisor on board, that's been led by Jenny and Melissa. So yes, it's expected to be a broader view of accessibility. We haven't obviously scoped that. That hasn't been scoped out as yet, but we can certainly work with you around that.
And so that would be done by the end of the training.
We can confirm that with you.
Right, excellent. That's good. Now, I'm glad to see also that you've put some priorities around this, because I'd tried to do that in the last training with the agenda. I guess there's different categories, but I'm just wondering if we could, put a high, medium and low. I know there's some things we have to do by law, but it would just be helpful to really focus our minds on what is the most important things.
We can have a look at it, but in essence, we've tried to do that regardless. So in essence, the buckets that we've got is the stuff that we must do, so legislatively required to do, which we have no discretion over. There's a lot of work in terms of responding to central government reform, as well as regional work that we've prioritised. I think we need to play a key role in that space. Then there is a big bucket of work, in essence, that aligns to meeting our strategic objectives. So, things like the community facilities policy review, we kind of need to do that work because we've got a spatial plan, working on a district plan. We know there's going to be growth. We know where it's likely to go. Now we need to start planning in terms of the facilities that we need in those parts of town, right? So there's whole chunks of work that we need to do to ensure we meet our objectives. And then the final bucket that we've got is more operational type matters, where there's a little bit more discretion in terms of whether we do it or the timing around when we do it. You could go through a more refined level of prioritization than that, but we haven't done that at this point in time. But we've got enough there from our sense, from an organisation, to be able to apply the resources where we need to, subject to you guys agreeing.
Perhaps when it's passed over to the relevant committees to progress, that can be a further conversation around those priorities.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That would be helpful. Now, just my last question is about resourcing. Have you got the resources to do it? Because it looks like some really good things in the plan. Some of the work we've been doing so far, like some of it's, like it's a bit BAU. So we really want to be focusing on the things that might have a big difference.
Yeah, so this is an organisational work program. So this isn't just my work program. So the resources from across the organisation will be applied to deliver this. In most instances, we've got the resources aligned to deliver on the projects already. In some instances, we're still working our way through exactly how we will deliver that. But in essence, we believe that it's a very full program. It's an ambitious program, but we are resourced at a level sufficient to be able to deliver on it.
Thank you, Councillor Rush, then Councillor Condi.
Just picking up, I think either Jeff or Baz mentioned about bringing to the relevant committee. It'll be useful to, I don't know if people would find it helpful if we could identify which committees these would come to. Because on one hand, I'm sort of thinking, it's all policy. So doesn't that just go to Iona's planning and environment? I'm not sure. But anyway, at some point, it would be useful to understand that.
Yes,
my
we can do that.
internet's unstable.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thanks, team. Hey, Baz, when we had the workshop, I asked about the infrastructure strategy and just potentially doing a review of that before the end of the triennium, but I didn't see that ending up on the work program. Is that because it doesn't really belong there, and we can pick it up some other way, or what happened with that? Or did I miss it?
No, I don't think you've missed it. So it's something that we still have to work our way through. So I'm still having conversations in that regard with Martin and other people. Also, just recognising that we're getting a new director into that space whose views I want to incorporate into a final decision as well. Just rest assured, of course, that we of course do have to have an infrastructure strategy as part of the next LTP, and we're trying to bring work forward as much as possible as part of that for 2024.
Yeah, that's really the thing, is we just wanted to be able to kind of touch base and reflect on that process before the end of the triennium. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all the questions I see. I'm happy to introduce the paper, and I'll do that very, very quickly. I'll just say thanks, Baz and Jeff, Stephen also, for your collective work to put this together. And obviously, I mean, I know you'll have referred across the whole of the organisation to do that. Councillors, thank you for the workshop that we had the other day that to help inform this process. You've heard that it's a very strong, very full program. Just two things I wanted to comment on because they were raised in the questions. One about priorities. I don't think it's necessary to do priorities at this stage. It would become necessary if we start putting more things into it, and then we have to say what's going to go out of it. So that will become necessary at that point if we ever did that. And the other bit is, in terms of business as usual, Councillor Pennant, you raised that in the questions. I see this as being anything but. There's a huge number of projects in there which are going to be absolutely transformational to our city. And that's really exciting. It's going to be challenging. And our community is going to have some really vigorous discussions about many of these things, but I wouldn't call it business as usual. So anyway, happy to move. Who wants the second? Councillor Condi? Councillor Day. Cool, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Just very briefly, and it's really just to, I want to thank the officers, Baz, your team, for the work you did in the previous segment of this work program, working on the different strategies. It's been really exciting having them come through, and I know it's been a lot of work, but it is really helpful to see what's coming up and to be able to see all the things that we are going to be able to have an influence on. So it's really exciting, and I don't think we need to necessarily worry about prioritising. I think this council's doing a pretty good job of juggling multiple tasks, and we've done it previously, so let's just get on and do some stuff. These are really exciting kaupapa that we've got here in front of us.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Oh gosh, I've got a whole lineup now. Councillors Rush, Deputy Mayor, Pannett and Calvert.
Sorry, I've spoken.
Okay, right, good, drop the hand then. Deputy Mayor.
So I don't need to say too much, but I do thank both Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Condi for putting some thought into whether there was anything that was a less of a priority. And I think it's useful to take those out because there's enough to focus on. And for me, the big things are the big picture things are let's get Welly moving, our spatial plan, our district plan, what we need to keep the vibrancy of the city going. And there's going to be so much work, but it'll all be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Mayor Foster. Look, just to clarify, what I said was some of the stuff we'd already done looked a bit BAU, not what we've got planned. So I think that is important. That's certainly, I'm here to that's my passion, to do big strategic stuff, not a lot of stuff that we have to do by law. So I think that's good. And I think I definitely believe in some more prioritisation so that we put the most effort into the things that are really tricky, because there's some big stuff in there which is hard to grapple with and will need some thought. But look, I'm pleased to be able to support this, and I hope we can communicate this. Actually, it actually probably is worthwhile a bit of public communication to show what we are doing so that people understand that.
Thank you, Councillor Pannett. And I think we're all here to make a difference, so I completely endorse your comments there. Councillor Calvert.
Yes, look, I just want to support this, but also noting that we do need to prioritise, because there'll be work probably added to it during the year, even with that workload. So we need to make sure we're focusing on what is really important for the next, at least for this triennium anyway. And I just want to, one of the things that came out of the winter report was that we actually sat down and worked on our priorities, and that is still a key piece of work that needs to be done. And we should be doing that sooner rather than later.
Cool. Okay. I think that is everybody. I don't need a right of reply on that one, so thank you all. It's been moved and seconded. If you can vote, please.
Councillor Calvert, you've just raised your hand rather than voting.
That's nice.
And missing a vote from Councillor O'Neill. And I suspect Councillor Young is away sick, so I will take that as 14 votes in favour.
Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, that takes us to 2.7, action tracking. Stephen, Mr. MacArthur, do you wish to say anything? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, look, I'll just taken it as read, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? I see none. So who wants to move that? Councillor Pannett, you like the action tracking, so do you want to move this one? Cool, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rush, thank you. Okay, any debate? See none, so we'll vote on receiving that information. We've got everybody there, Councillor Pannett, Councillor Day.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Councillor Fitzsimons, yes. It's just where people appear on my screen, so I can see where everybody is here. Cool.
14 votes in favour, and our Councillor Young is absent.
Thank you. Forward program 2.8. Mr. MacArthur, again, is there anything you wanted to highlight there?
No, taken as read again, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, team? Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, just a quick question. Was that a mistake that the Chief Planning Officer is going to work on the Mana Whenua representative?
Yes, it should be under my name.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Foon. Again, if you can raise your hand, your computer hand as opposed to your physical hand, because that at least means you go up to the top part of the screen and we get you in the right order too. So Councillor Foon.
I just wanted to understand what the doingness was around the Wellington International Airport Limited in the Thursday 30th meeting.
I suspect that is a question for the Chief Financial Officer if she is online.
Yes, and Sarah's unwell today, unfortunately. Barbara, I'm not aware of what the purpose of that paper is. Perhaps you can help.
I managed to turn my video off. Look, I think I'm not entirely sure, actually, Mr. Mayor. I haven't been briefed yet by Sarah. I just know that we were preparing a report based on some business that the airport wanted to bring to the council as its key shareholder. So we'll follow up. We'll follow up and send you an update.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, on that matter, the airport's just been granted its notice of requirement to extend into the golf course and, north as well. Could we ask them please to explain a little bit more about the road and other matters that relate to that? Or could we have an opportunity to ask some questions?
Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sure the airport will be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
I suspect, Deputy Mayor, that's not going to be related to the paper that we've got coming to us, but we will try and arrange an opportunity for any, if you like, debrief around that.
Well, we don't yet know what's in the paper, so yeah. So I mean, yeah, there are a lot of things we probably need to converse with the airport about.
I've of course got some vague ideas of it, but I can't tell you at the moment in terms of that particular role. Okay, any other questions? Okay, with the slight tweak of who's responsible for the mana whenua representation paper, I've moved that. Oh no, sorry. Oh yeah, I'll move that. And seconded by, let's have somebody else who hasn't seconded one for a while. Councillor Condi. Oh, Councillor Matthews. Okay, cool. Thank you. Right. Can you all vote, please?
Just waiting on Councillor O'Neill. And that's 14 in favour, Councillor Young absent.
Thank you. Okay. That takes us to the committee report for the Planning and Environment Committee, which is the traffic and parking bylaw. Again, Baz, do you want to say anything to that? I mean, this has obviously been through the committee, so
yeah, it's gone through committee. Yeah.
Okay, it's gone through committee, so there shouldn't be any need for questions on this one. But just in case, are there any? No, I see none. Okay, right. I'm going to invite somebody to put their hand up to introduce it. Probably look at Councillor Condi. Yes, thank you. Councillor Condi, do you wish to speak?
Just to say it's great to have this massive piece of work done, and I think it's going to make a really big difference for the city.
Thank you. Who wants to second this one?
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just got in there first. Do you wish to speak?
No, I'm fine not to speak.
Anyone else wish to speak? I can see Councillor Pannett's hand up, so thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks. Just really quickly, just want to reiterate my concerns around the use of shared spaces. So I note that the wording is may use them, set them up. So I think we just need to be judicious about that. And obviously, it's just a need to keep on with our cycle network so that we can avoid those conflicts.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Condi, right of reply. Did you want to say anything to that? No? Okay. Right. Well, it takes us to a vote then. We're rocking and rolling here. Councillor Wolf, Councillor Rush.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is item 3.2 or 3.1?
No, item 3.1, traffic and parking bylaw.
Okay, I can't find that in the papers.
It's adopting, it's there, 3.1, adopt the new traffic and parking bylaw and revoke current part 5 traffic.
I'm not sure how I voted on this in committee. Anyway.
This is a bit of an omnibus one, so you're going to have to make a decision as to what you want to do.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay with it.
Cool, good, thank you. Right, that's us, isn't it?
That's 14 in favour, Councillor
Thank
Young
you.
absent.
Thanks, Hayley. Okay, that takes us to 3.2.1, the first part of the Regulatory Processes Committee, proposed road stopping land adjoining 40 Stanley Street. Sarah Jane, is there anything that needs to be said to this one? She here?
I don't believe she's online.
Okay. Oh, well, I suppose, look, are there any questions to this? I mean, it's obviously been through the Regulatory Processes Committee, but I'm aware that is a subcommittee rather than a, so not all of the councillors have been there.
It's not a committee of the whole, but it's not a subcommittee.
Sorry, my apologies, councillor. When I said that, I thought, hang on a moment. Are there any questions? I see none anyway, so that we don't need an introduction from officers then. Councillor Sparrow, Chair of the committee. Do you wish to introduce the paper?
Yeah, just very briefly, we had some questions at the committee itself. They were all sorted, so I move that we, the officers' recommendations 3, 3 lots of proposed road stopping, Berempore, Northland and Miramar. Yeah, that's it from me.
Well, I was actually only dealing with the first one, but I am actually happy in the interest of speed to put all of them on the table. However, I do then need to just check that there are no questions of either of the other two, the Northland one or the Miramar one. So, councillors, are there any, Heidi, if you could stop screen sharing there, are there any questions on any of the others? I see none. So somebody like to second the rest of them, preferably somebody on the Regs Committee. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Is there any debate? I see none. Well, in that case, we will happily move to vote. Heidi, can we vote on all 3 together?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, let's do it.
Councillor Rush, just waiting on you.
Getting mine. Yeah,
okay.
no, I've done it twice.
You've done
so
it.
there it is.
You're good.
So that's 14 in favour.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Oh,
Right. Well,
unstable.
we now get to the stage where officers have recommended that the public is excluded from the following parts of the proceeding of the meeting. But just before we do go to that point, can I just say, councillors, thank you for your conduct of the meeting. Officers, thank you too for all your input, and members of the public as well. And just for the way you've conducted the meeting, I think is exemplary. So well done. Thank you. Officers recommend the public is excluded from the following part of the proceedings of the meeting. The reasons are set out there. One is about protecting the privacy of natural persons, and that is section 7.2a and grounds section 748.1a. And the second one is in relation to commercial negotiations again, but it's 7.2i and section 48.1a. So I'm going to move that. Is there any? I want a seconder. Somebody happy to second that. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Is there any debate? I see none. Okay, if you can vote, please.
That's 14 in favour, Councillor Young absent.
Thank you very much. So if you can let us know when we are off live streaming, etc.